Morning, ladies and gentlemen. I'm Jimmy James. You're watching Catch It Live first. We've recovered from last night's disappointing result from Wisła Krakow, getting beat 6-1 at home in the Conference League from Club Bruges. But we're back with the cricket today. Day 3, first test, England playing Sri Lanka. Fingers crossed there'll be a full day's cricket. No rain expected in Manchester, although there's a strong breeze. I have got to work today, unfortunately. Big dark cloud in the background there at Manchester. But the sun is shining on the field, so hopefully it's just going to bypass. Everything looks good with the stream, so fingers crossed. The first ball, Jayasuriya into Jamie Smith. A little bit of a misfield, and he's off the mark for the day. Let's hope that's not a forebearer of things to come for Sri Lanka. It's going to be Atkinson on strike. Jayasuriya, he just pushes that back to the bowler, does Atkinson. He's got a slip in place. Got a slip, short square leg, silly mid-wicket. Point, mid-offs up. That just slides down the leg side. No problem for the batsman. That's just pushed into the offside. Dot ball. Very correct again, forward defensive there from Gus Atkinson. If he could bat, and I mean, I know he can bat, but I mean, if he could become a pretty decent batter, we know he can bowl. He'd be a really good all-rounder for England. That's the end of the first over of the day. He'd be a really good all-rounder for England to have wicket-keeper batsman. You'd have Stokes, the official all-rounder. But you've got Walks who can swing the timber a bit as well. I saw an interview yesterday with Bashir. He said he wants to improve his batting as well, so I think the days, unless you're an absolutely outstanding bowler, the days of being able to bowl and then swing a bat a little bit at the end but not be very good, I think they've come to an end. God, I see that the next last, isn't it? Going to be Fernando. to bowl his first over of the day. Had a decent day yesterday. England's lead's up to 24 now. Smith, forward defensive with a bit of a push through the covers, but finds a fielder. Be a dot ball. Smith pushes that one to mid-off. Right-handed batsman with a left-handed bowler. All coming over the wicket. And that ball naturally slides right across Smith. But he looks already this morning like he's seeing it well. Everything's coming off the middle. He's currently on 73 from just 100 deliveries. Clips that off his pads through deep mid-wicket. There's a fielder coming around from square leg. He'll cut that off. He'll get a couple there, Will Smith. That's just dropped into covers by Smith. A dot ball. Another busy day work-wise. I'm going to have to use my camera later on for meetings. Can still use the audio though when possible. Don't think anyone wants to look at my ugly mug anyway. Smith cuts that one through point, and deep point will send it back into the keeper. Leisurely single there. I think the main thing is, if you're at work, you can always put YouTube on. Keep up to date with the cricket. That's what Catch It Live's all about. I think tomorrow morning we've got a stream coming up, which will be Plymouth Argyle in the football. So we'll possibly have two streams running at once. Goes without saying that there won't be audio on... oh, what's happened there? Fernando, he's started his run-up and the bail's blown off. So Paul Rifle, the umpire, stops in mid-run-up, replaces the bail. That just shows how breezy it is at Old Trafford. Going to be Gus Atkinson on strike. Tries to crash that one through the covers, bends his knees. Doesn't get any bat involved in it though. Fortunately, misses the outside edge. A busy day with the markets today. Fed Chair Powell is speaking at Jackson Hole this afternoon in the UK. Always moves the markets when he speaks. So it's going to be Fernando A. I don't know what went on there as he was running in. Smith's moved away. I don't know if somebody's moved behind the sight screen. But Asith Fernando went steaming in. He's like a chunky little barrel as he runs in. But yeah, I don't know why Smith has stepped away there. But he stopped Fernando mid-run up and he'll start it all again. He is like a little barrel running in, but he put a good spell in yesterday. Get some movement in the air. Might be a little bit more difficult today with the sun being out. But Smith waits. One slip, gully. A bit of in-swing there from Fernando, but that's driven back past the bowler. That'll race away to the boundary. Did get a little bit of movement in the air though, which was interesting. But it still didn't stop Smith. The seam there was perfectly straight. But he over-pitched that a little bit. Smith pounced on it straight away. Yeah, and looking at the weather report, there should be no rain interruptions today at Old Trafford, which is always a bonus. Frustrating when they've got to keep going off and the covers come on. And in swing again there from Fernando. This time it's just punched to mid-on. Finds the fielder though, does Smith, and that'll be a dot ball. He's on 80. England's leads up to 31. 276. For 6, England. Sorry, my dyslexia kicks in then. 267 for 6. I'm sure I said 276 for 6. Apologies. Fernando runs in again. Bit of width outside off stump. It's kind of crashed through the covers by Smith, but he didn't get it off the middle. He'll just get a couple there. The outfield at Old Trafford, all 3 days, including today, it'll be the same. The outfield is really slow. And the long boundaries at Old Trafford as well. And a quick shout out, if you haven't done so, please hit the subscribe button, ping that notifications bell. But if you don't want to subscribe, more importantly, if you can give me a thumbs up. My lads keep telling me you need to ask for thumbs up. They're really important, apparently, with YouTube. Don't know why. Smith there, just a forward defensive. Late swing, again from Fernando. I don't know if anybody saw the highlights if you didn't watch the cricket, but yesterday, the ball that Jay Surya got Harry Brook with, it was reminiscent of something the late great Shane Warne would have been proud of. It gripped and turned and took off stump. Nothing the batsman could do about that. This one's bowled onto Smith's pad. Takes all the pace off the ball and it's an easy stop for the wicket keeper. Atkinson doing alright at the other end. He's on fuller from 16 deliveries. He's playing a supporting role. And he's playing that role well. Final ball of this over, which is the 64th of the innings. Late in swing again, but Smith crashes that to the boundary. Just drives it straight. Fielder at mid-off can't stop that. And that had no problem getting to the boundary. $273 for 6, England move on to. Yeah, tomorrow morning we will have the cricket. but it will be animations only for periods of the day because we've got we'll have 2 streams running at once. So we've got Plymouth Argyle. We'll be doing a live watch along with that. But we will have the animations and audio and video for the cricket tomorrow when it's available. Unless we can rope somebody in to do a live stream for me, which I doubt very much. There's been a definite plan by Sri Lanka to pitch this ball up. 2 slips and, well, call it 1 slip and a gully, a wide slip there for Atkinson, probably where a second slip would stand. Gully, and it's Atkinson. Fernando V down the leg side though, and just lets that one go, does Atkinson. And it's giving him a chance to have a look at the bowler before. Yeah. There's a Sri Lankan player on the balcony, or it might be a coach actually. It was a coach, can't remember his name. But he's literally got towels wrapped around him. That tells you the temperature at Old Trafford. Atkinson gets a couple there, moves on to 6, pushes it through the covers. Didn't go to the boundary, didn't time it well enough. But England move on to 275. The lead's now up to 39. Sri Lanka have battled hard in this test match though. When you think the first innings, what were his 6 for 3 or something like that. And Rathnayake coming on debut, scoring 70. I don't think anybody expected him to get that amount of runs, including England, probably including Sri Lanka. But he batted well, he battled hard, pushed his luck a couple of times trying to go for the big hit. I remember a ball going over Duckett's head twice. From 2 deliveries, that is, not the same delivery. And landing safely. But you make your own luck and he took advantage of it. Atkinson just gets a thick outside edge there and that'll trickle down to third man for a leisurely single. So he moves on to 7. Smith's on strike. He's on 86. He'll be looking for his maiden test century. Yeah. Slip and a gully, and the 1 slip that's in play is probably around where second slip would stand. But Vishwa Fernando, left-handed bowler, right-handed batsman, it's naturally going across anyway. Make a quick single there. Smith pushes that into the covers. He moves on to 87. Atkinson on strike on 7. Sri Lankan fielders, they've got the hand warmers going in the pockets. Ooh, has a thrash at that one, trying to flat bat it through backward point. Atkinson gets a top edge, but it goes between that gap. It was a thick edge off the bottom of his bat, and it races away for forward down to third man. It went between first slip and gully. Harvey Pimlott says, a good day for it. Just subscribe to. That's what I like to hear. Thanks for the sub, Harvey Pimlott. I hope you've hit that thumbs up button. Going to be Atkinson on strike. He's moved on to 11. Forward defensive there. As darkness ascends on the ground, as the sun gets covered by no doubt a thick dark cloud going over the ground. End of the 65th over. England 281 for 6, lead of 45 now. Henry Russell just telling me what he's bought from the shop. All the reduced stuff. Salmon for a late breakfast. Salmon on a Friday. Coffee. I'll have a coffee, mate. My cup's over there. It's going to be Smith on strike. Jayasuriya bowls into his pad. He clips that through mid-wicket. Straight to the fielder ball. He'll stay on 87. When you watch Jamie Smith bat, he never looks hurried. And when you see his facial expression, he never looks excited, he never looks down, he's just a picture of concentration. And you'll need that as well with Jayasuriya bowling. 2 for 59 his figures so far. Pushes that back to the bowler off his back foot, does Smith. Yeah, the 2 wickets that Jayasuriya took yesterday, they were cracking wickets. Big turn off the pitch. Smith crashes that one through to deep cover. He'll get a couple there. Matthews running round. Looks a little bit stiff this morning, does the big man. That'll loosen him up a bit. Smith moves on to 89. England's leads up to 47. Yeah, and if you missed it earlier, it looks like we're in for a full day's play with no rain interruptions. Fingers crossed. Jayasuriya. Literally, his run-up is 1 yard. Fantastic how he bowls. I could just watch him bowl all day. That's just pushed through mid-wicket for a dot ball. Floats that one up, trying to tempt Smith. A little bit slow, a little bit more for the final ball of the over. But he doesn't bite, he just pushes that back to the bowler. Yeah, 66 overs completed in England's first innings. 283 for 6. Lead of 47. Atkinson's doing a good supporting role. He's on 11 from 21 deliveries. Let us know what your thoughts are in chat. We'll get a poll up in a minute as well. Will England win this test match? Started off, as you would imagine, on the first day of the test, 100%, and as the day went on, it dropped down to 70. Fish with Fernando into Atkinson, forward defensive there, pushes it to mid-off. We'll get a poll on the go. Fernando, left-handed bowler, right-handed batsman. Clipped through mid-wicket by Atkinson, finds the fielder though. He'll stay on 11. Atkinson lets that one go through to the keeper. Not getting tempted there. We've got a pole up. Do England win this first test? You've also got to factor in the weather. A little bit straighter. Well judged by Atkinson. Just raises his bat out of the way. Lets it go through to the keeper. So, into Atkinson. And again, leaves that one well alone. That's just pushed through to mid-off, final ball of the over. Dot ball. England lead 47, 67 overs completed. 283 for the loss of 6 wickets. The blue sky in Manchester, there's not supposed to be any rain today, but that blue sky that adorned the ground earlier has disappeared and there's cloud cover. Plenty of coats and hats around. Fortunately, no umbrellas. Don't forget to let us know in the poll we got up. Do England win this first test? It's Jayasuriya into Smith. Just strays onto his pad there. Flips that to the leg side. That'll be a leisurely single. He moves on to 90, does the wicket-keeper batsman. And it'll be Gus Atkinson. Gus. Again, all tongue-tied there. Gus Atkinson on to strike. He's currently on 11 from 27 deliveries. Jayasuriya strays down leg side there. You can see what he's trying to do to Atkinson. He's pushing it down leg side, hoping that it's going to grip and either take the wicket or pin Atkinson for LBW. There's plenty of breeze helping as well. Big drift again there. Now the Pimlock. England to win today for sure. I think that's optimistic, mate. It's a 5-day test match and we're on day 3. If England are going to win today, that'd mean they'd need to get a sizable lead this morning, bowl Sri Lanka out by the end of play today. A little bit of bounce there. Atkinson in behind it though, forward defensive, very correct technically there. Just pushes that back. Down the wicket. There's a man there on the silly cover point, I would say. Right in the eye line of Atkinson. Also a leg slip in, an orthodox slip. End of the 68th over. 284 for 6 England. Smith's on 90. He'll have strike at the start of this next over. Yeah, get involved with the poll. Let us know what you're thinking. We've got 2 votes so far. Both for England. It's still 100%. I'm not sure what the weather holds for the next, well, for the final 2 days of this test match. Fish with Fernando in. That's just a push down to third man. That'll just be a single for Smith. He moves on to 91. This could be a long day for Sri Lanka. It's been a little bit sloppy from them this morning. It didn't start off well. They had all the time to prepare for the opening deliveries. And then they come on. Then there's a delay while a fielder puts pads on for Jayasuriya. Maybe they're hoping that the weather's going to come to the rescue and they're feeling under pressure in this test. England currently up to 80% in the poll to win this test match. And I'm wondering if that's because somebody thinks Sri Lanka can win this test match or if the draw comes into play due to inclement weather. Atkinson pushes that to mid-off. The face of Test cricket has definitely changed over the years. You know, run rates are so much higher now. Obviously, that's been with the introduction of one-day cricket and T20. And also, I think to get the crowds in as well, nobody wants to sit there all day. Why does the run rate goes up 1 and a bit and over? We're not missing anything. They're just seeing if the ball's out of shape. The cricket ball, that is. Grow up. Indeed it is. So Fernando will continue with it. A little bit of a way swing that time to Atkinson. Finds the middle of the bat though, straight to the fielder at mid-off. And he will stay on 11. Ball very straight, ball very full. Atkinson watches it all the way onto his bat, pushes it back to the bowler. That's the end of the 69th over. England's leads up to 49, 285 for 6. And there's some more blue cloud appearing at Old Trafford now. The clouds are moving at a furled rate. Going to be Surya to continue. He's bowled 24 overs in this innings. Good effort. 2 for 62 his figures. Smith on strike, just forward defensive, pushes it back to the bowler. He had an issue with a split finger yesterday. He got it repaired on the field, and it's not stopped him bowling beautifully. That's a full toss, hit through deep extra cover, but finds the fielder Matthew out there, so it's just a leisurely single. What was noticeable on that delivery there from Surya, it was a full toss, so it was in the air for a little bit longer time, and the drift that he got on it, with that breeze, was noticeable. So Atkinson's on strike now, he's on 11, change of field. They're going to try and stop the single. They're going to target the England bowler. He's got a leg slip, an orthodox slip, a silly cover, I would call it, riding his eye line again. And this one, with the drift, goes down leg side. This one's punch through the covers, but fielder at silly cover. He got a bit of a hand on it actually, but it was written so hard. No chance of a catch, and it hurt his finger actually. But he's gone over to the leg side now. I don't blame him. So he's in a silly, I call it short leg, we'll call it. When he was on the other side, he wasn't at silly point. He was more straight. So he was riding Atkinson's eye line. But now he's moved. They are bowling, Surya is bowling at the pad, opening to get that one to straighten, bringing LBW into play. And obviously the off stump, as we've seen from his previous deliveries. That's the end of the 70th over. Just 10 overs till the new ball's due. England's leads up to 50. Mickey James have just come in with a beautiful lunch. Chicken salad. I'll save mine for later. I had a big bowl of Frosties this morning. Aldi's Frosties, 99p for a box. Vishwa beats the outside edge there of Smith, but it didn't come off the pitch with any great pace, and there was it bounced before it got to the keeper. Oh yeah, he bowled it as a slower ball, that's why. Smith clips that one through mid-wicket, finds the fielder though. He'll stay on 92. England still 80% in the poll we've got up to win this test match. Sprays down leg side there, Vishwa, but he goes after it, Smith, but just tickles it to deep backward square leg, leisurely single. He moves on to 93. And it'll be Gus Atkinson with his bleached blonde hair on strike. Full length delivery, right on middle stump, and Atkinson just pushes that back to the bowler. You're not going to be scoring off a delivery like that. A little bit of a way swing there, full length delivery, just pushes it through to mid-on. Stays on 11. That's the end of the 71st over. England 287 for 6. Revision to the day 3 times because of the extra time they've got to make up. So today we go through, lunch will be taken at 1:15. Tea will be taken at 4:10. And play will go on until at least 70, what are we on, 70.5 overs. So the evening session will be 4:30 to 6:30 plus 30 minutes. Taking us to 7 PM UK time. 98 overs to be bowled in the day. Not a cat in hell's chance. So yeah, lunch is pushed back 15 minutes. And tea's pushed back half an hour. Trying to catch up with the overs. It'll help with Jayasuriya bowling. But there's no way. No way on God's green earth that we're going to get 98 overs bowled today. Atkinson on strike. Forward defensive there with his back knee on the floor. Kept a little bit low there from Jayasuriya. Short leg slip, orthodox slip. Drifting in on the wind. That drift way down leg side. And he manages to get a bat on it, Atkinson. Always gets drift Jayasuriya anyway, but with that crosswind, it's just helping it down leg side. He's looking for the one that's going to straighten though, bring LBW into play. And the off stump. Needs to be careful, Atkinson. He's primed for a little inside edge onto his pad, caught at leg slip. So far so good though. Forward defensive again. Good over there by Jayasuriya. End of the 72nd, 288 for 6 England. Leads up to 52, and it'll be Jamie Smith on strike, just 6 away from his maiden Test century. Changing the bowling. Rathnayake's coming on. Smith just pushes that to mid-on. That'll be a dot ball. Frankie James has just been telling me she's been swimming this morning. Got out of the pool and realised she'd left her underwear at home. I was thinking how, but no doubt you went with your costume on ready. Thought you looked clean.
Sorry, Mum. Definitely going jam. Ridiculous.
Good form of exercise for the elderly is swimming.
It is. So supportive.
Smith just pushes that to mid-wicket. Unflustered. Good crowding today at Old Trafford. First day was a little bit light on numbers. Maybe the weather was putting 1 or 2 people off. Rathnayake running in. He looks properly loose now. That's cut through point. Just be a leisurely single. Smith moves on to 95. England up to 289. Lead of 53. I still think Sri Lanka would have taken this on the first day when they were 6 for 3.
Bit of advice, isn't it?
End of the 73rd over. Smith still on 95. 290 for 6 England. Lead of 54, and it's going to be Gus Atkinson on strike. He's on 12 from 50 deliveries. Just 2 dot balls from this over so far. Atkinson's trying to get it away. Empire Maker in the chat says, hi Jimmy. Just heard Frankie James in the background. She shouts, hi Empire Maker. Big appeal for LBW there. Sliding down leg side though. They won't review that, I'm pretty sure. I hope you're having a good day, Empire Maker. Wasn't a good night last night, was it, for Viswa Krakow? However, it's character building. Empire Maker says, hi Frankie. She's just gone further away now. I will let her know though, mate. She's just come back from swimming. And in true Frankie fashion, went with a costume on, so I forgot to take her underwear. Came out and had to go commando. That's typical of Frankie James, that. What's the weather like in North Wales today? It's supposed to be dry all day at the cricket, fingers crossed. Atkinson flicks the wrist on that one, through to square leg. Get a single off the last ball of the over, so he'll remain on strike. He's on 13. England 291 for 6. Lead of 55. England to win this test match. Currently the poll we've got running, 71%. Think England will win this test match. There's a few courts being taken off at Old Trafford. Blimey. The sun must be out. Empire Maker, I just cleaned the bathroom and the kitchen. I won't be as active in the chat because I'm cleaning the master bedroom. It is glorious, the weather. That's what we like to hear, Empire Maker. You can always keep us on in the background, mate. Rathnayake into Atkinson. Pushes that one through to cover. Finds a fielder though. He'll remain on 13. Timings are a little bit out today as well because of the trying to catch up with the lost time. So lunch will be at 1:15 instead of 1 p.m. Play will go on until 7. Oh, that's close. LBW. Maybe just going down leg side. Yeah, umpire says not out. I think it was just drifting down leg side there. DRS timer. You're going to be running out of time. 3, 2, 1. No, they've not taken the review. We'll have another look now. Scrambled seam. Yeah, going down leg side. One added to the total though, a leg by. Smith on strike, he's on 95. Takes a stride down the wicket, clips that through mid-wicket. Won't go to the boundary though, he'll get a couple. 97, that's his highest test score now. I think the last time he was out for 96, I think, just as he was approaching his century. Hopefully, he can get to a century today. He's batted well. And the other thing, it's only taken him 130 deliveries as well, which at test match pace is pretty good going. Rathnayake, a full-length delivery on middle stump. Straight back there from Smith, pushes it to mid-on. He'll stay on 97. England 294 for 6. Two balls left in this over. Smith there again. Takes a big stride down the wicket prior to delivery. Doesn't put Rathnayake off though, and all he can do is push that to mid-on. He remains on 97, and there's one ball left of this 75th over. I've noticed with Jamie Smith, where he's got his helmet on, you've got the chin strap, but he has a chin strap on his neck. Rathnayake in. Forward defensive there from Smith. Nothing you can do with a delivery like that. Good ball from Rathnayake. End of the 75th over. 294 for 6 England. A lead of 58. Smith remains on 97. And it'll be Gus Atkinson on strike. He's on 13 from 58 deliveries. He's looked quite comfortable as Atkinson. But he's not looking to score. He's just looking to support Smith, and maybe the odd bad ball he'll take on. But the rest of them, he's quite happy just to stay there. But there is a strong breeze going from left to right as Jayasuriya is going to be bowling. He's got a leg slip, orthodox slip. Short mid-wicket, silly mid-wicket almost. That's driven to mid-off. That'll be a single added to the score. Now that Smith's on strike, they're spreading the field are Sri Lanka. Still got that orthodox slip in place. But there's a mid-wicket there in a catching position. The rest of the field, they are spread. Goes down the ground, middles it, right to long off though, so he'll just get the one. He moves on to 98. Atkinson rocks back there, drives it through the cover. It's deflected to mid-off. And it'll be a dot ball. Good effort in the field there by Sri Lanka. Big appeal for LBW. I don't think it's straightened enough. And I think it was sliding down leg side. But this is what Jayasuriya has been looking for this morning. Drifting it into the pads, hoping one rips, straightens, bringing LB into play like that on the off stump. But that delivery, I don't think straightened enough. No review. And we move on. Thick outside edge there, flies past first slip. And I think that's going to go about 10, 15 metres short of the boundary. It was such a thick outside edge. £2.99 for 6 England now, lead of 63. Atkinson, he's on 17. One ball left of this Jayasuriya over. The field spread again. Smith is on 98. Forward defensive push there to the covers. He stays on 98. End of the 76th over. 299 for 6. And it'll be Gus Atkinson on strike. He's on 17 from 62. Batsmen give each other a little fist pump there. It's going to be Rathnayake to continue. It's only human. He must be getting a little bit nervous now, Smith. He will want that maiden test century. He's already had the disappointment of being out. Was he on 96, I think, in the West Indies test? He'll want that treble figures to his name. Forward defensive from Atkinson. Good delivery from Rathnayake. Ride on off stump, full length. Little bit of movement in the air. And Atkinson just pushes that one back. Not rushing at all. Empire Maker says, I like this. It is going well. Now, are you talking about the cricket, Empire Maker? Or are you on about your cleaning exploits in the master bedroom? I'll assume you're talking about the cricket. It is, mate. It is going well if you're an England fan. Flips that one off stump, through deep mid-wicket, all along the floor. Don't think it's going to go to the boundary, though. And Matthews ambles after that. And that'll be 3 added to the total. Atkinson moves on to 20. 4 balls left in this Rathnayake over now for Smith, who's on 98. And England's lead is now over, England's score over 300 now, 302. Lead of 66. %75% in the poll now think England will win this test match. Rathnayake in. Balls it onto the leg side. He'll come back for the second. That'll be the century for Jamie Smith. His first for England. Well deserved. He's batted really well. Bravo, young man. Bravo. Let's hope he can go on now as an England fan. A century up, Jamie Smith. I think this is only his fourth test match, isn't it? He did the 3 test matches against the West Indies. So yeah, it will be. And to boot, he's a good wicket keeper. Just pushes that one to deep backward point. That'll be a single added to his total. Never looks rushed when he bats, Jamie Smith. And I've got to say, at the other end, Atkinson's technique is just plain. The problem comes when you start trying to score runs, obviously. But That's not Atkinson's job at the minute. He's there just to support Smith. He's got 20 from 64 deliveries. Rathnayake down the leg side. Is there an edge on that? Big appeal. They're just debating now if this carried. I think Atkinson, trying to clip it off his pads down leg side, got a little tickle on that, I think. There was an appeal straight away from the bowler. They're going for a review. So it's whether it carried. If it did carry, I've got to say, I think this might be gone. There was an appeal straight away. And this review's by the umpires, by the way. It was Rathnayake, the bowler, went up straight away. The wicket keeper, when he caught it, went up straight away. So I don't think there's any doubt that it hit the bat. It's just whether it bounced before. Oh, we can't see there if it hit the floor because of a pad from the batsman. Oh, that's close to pad and close to bat. We need ultra edge. Either way, good effort from Atkinson. Yeah, he did. Yeah, he did edge it off the bat. So it's just whether it has carried into the gloves of the keeper, which we will try and see now. So it goes into his gloves, but then Atkinson's pad's in the way, but from the way it went in the glove, well, this will show us. Yeah, good take there by the keeper. Atkinson's going to be gone. I'm going early. Yeah, out. Atkinson goes for 20 from 64 deliveries. Good effort there by the England batsman, whose main job is bowling, but he's done well supporting Roland Smith. And while that's happening, I'm going to go for a quick piddle. I'll be right back. Quick time. Well, Potts is back in. Let's get the old... Where's that gone? Right, there we go. So we Jayasuriya into Smith, steps down the wicket. That's a full toss. Timed it perfectly, placed it perfectly, and that will race away to the boundary. 4 added to his total. I've got a feeling Smith, now he's got his century, and now Atkinson's gone. I don't know what Potts is like as a batsman, but I've got a feeling that Smith might start opening up a little bit here. Gives himself a little bit of room there. Inside edge goes between pad and leg stump. Didn't get a lot of bounce there either. So he'll take a... Oh, he got a couple there. He got must have run well between the wickets. Thick inside edge, didn't really threaten the stumps. And he moves on to 107 forward defensive there. The problem when you sit in a chair like this doing live streams, you're a target for people coming in who want things from you and you can't escape. So Smith got a single there, moves on to 108. 2 balls left though of this Jayasuriya over for Potts to contend with. Let's see what he looks like as a batsman. England's leads up to 76. 312 for 7. Nice full toss there. Very kind of you, Jayasuriya. His eyes lit up, Potts. You could see the cogs going through his mind as that ball came to him, and he kept his bat straight and pushed it to mid-off. But he was so tempted to try and hike it over deep mid-wicket. Final ball of the over, just pushes it back to the bowler. 78 overs completed, 312 for 7. England's lead is up to 76. So Potts now, he's obviously going to provide a supporting role for Smith. Pretty much the same as Gus Atkinson did. Yeah, 4 matches Smith's played. His average is over 78. If his career ends average, I think that'll be the highest ever, which it obviously won't be, but it's looking good at the minute. Rathnayake into Smith. Straight bat. Straight to mid-off. That's a dot ball. England are still 78% in the poll to win this test match. If you haven't done so already, get involved, put your vote in. Rathnayake in again. Smith stepped down the wicket prior to delivery. Doesn't help him score though. He pushes that to mid-off. That'll be a dot ball. Yeah, just in case you're a little bit late getting to us, or you haven't heard already, lunch is going to be taken a little bit later today. We started bang on time at 11 a.m. and lunch, instead of being at 1 p.m, is going to be at 1:15 p.m. Then tea is going to be taken half an hour later, and play should go on till 7 p.m. Pulled through deep extra cover there. Pulled through deep mid wicket. Sort your head out, Jimmy. And he'll get 3 there. Hit that one on the up, Smith. He's looking to unleash a little bit more now. May as well, as he's going to run out of batsmen pretty shortly. Assuming, I don't know how good a batsman Potts is, to be honest, at test match level. But Smith's moved on to 111. Get hopping around David Shepherd. England move on to 315 for 7. Leads up to 79. New ball is available in 9 deliveries. Potts looks quite nice there. Pushes that into the covers. Finds a fielder though, dot ball. The Potts, he's got 2 slips, a gully. Fielder in at cover, in a catching position really. Mid on, mid off. There's a deep backward point. Who's stretching there. Can't see who it is from here. But it looks like they're going to take the new ball when it's available, Sri Lanka. So maybe Jayasuriya will have a rest. Potts looks very correct there. Forward defensive. All the England players wearing the black armband as a mark of respect for Graham Thorpe. Final ball of the over. Nice defensive shot there. 3:15 for 7. And it'll be Matthew. It won't be Matthew. It'll be Jamie Smith. On strike. Final ball before the new ball's due. Plenty of cloud cover over Old Trafford. Jayasuriya into Smith, just pushes that to mid on, dot ball. And again, just push back to the bowler. Not looking to swing the bat at any delivery, Jamie Smith. And so far, all he's been able to do is play defensive shots this over. Gone. A little bit of width there. He looked to cut it through point and got an edge straight into the wicketkeeper's gloves, and Jamie Smith goes for 111. England 315 for 8. Lead of 79. Good effort there by the batsman. He'll be disappointed with the way he got out there, getting an edge off Jayasuriya into the wicket-keeper's gloves, but he was trying to score. And with Mark Wood into bat. I always laugh when Wood comes into bat because he's such a character. Some might say a little bit of an oddball, and some might be correct. If you listen to some of the stories about Mark Wood, he's a definite character, that is for sure. So it's an important few overs this for Sri Lanka. England's lead currently in the 70s. Sri Lanka 79. They will not want England getting over 100 first innings lead. I know it's only a few runs, but it's the psychological effect on the batsman. So for Wood now, there's a short leg in, a leg slip, orthodox slip, few boundary runners, and Jayasuriya. Mark Wood, forward defensive there. I wonder what instructions Wood's been given. Maybe go out there, have a look at a few, and then swing the bat. Well, second ball he faces, he goes down the wicket to Jayasuriya, clips it to deep mid-wicket. Lovely. Mark Wood off the mark. I wonder if Sri Lanka, they can now take the new ball. I'm wondering whether they will actually take it. Sri Lanka have taken the new ball now, so they're not hanging around. Who's going to get it? It's going to be Fernando A. The little barrel. He was getting some movement with the up ball earlier on. What's he going to get with this new cherry? I think it's time for a dry roasted peanut. Fernando into Wood. First ball crashes that through deep extra cover. Races away to the boundary. He didn't hold back, and that's the problem when you take the new ball. Comes off the wicket, yeah, but it also comes off the bat. Timed that beautifully, did Mark Wood. It sat up nicely though to be hit, and a little bit of width, allowing him to open his shoulders. Rashes that one to the boundary. Wood moves on to 5. There he just tickles that one down to third man. There's no fielder there. Deep backward point, won't get around in time. 2 balls, 2 boundaries. And just like that, Mark Wood moves on to 8. England's leads up to 88 as they move on to 324 for 8. Deliberate shot there from Mark Wood. It wasn't an edge. Just opened the face. Two slips and a gullet. Has a swing and a miss outside the off stump. Straight through to the keeper. No bat involved. England down to 64% in the poll. I can't believe that the first slip and second slip appealed for LBW. That ball would have been a yard down leg side. It hit Wood's pad. Needless to say, not out. Little bit of a way swing there for Fernando. Lets that one go, does Potts. He's still to get off the mark on the dreaded donut. 1 ball left in the 81st over. Flipped off his pads beautifully there by Potts. Fielder will come round from square, pick it up at deep mid-wicket. He'll come back for 2, so he's off the mark. End of the 81st over. England 327 for 8. A lead of 91. So although Sri Lanka have taken the new ball, Jayasuriya is going to continue. 3 for 78 from 30 overs so far. Good effort from the Sri Lankan bowler. Mark Wood, premeditated, gives himself some room, flat bats it through the covers, races away to the boundary, and Wood is on to 13. Big smile on his face. It was pulled a little bit short though by Jayasuriya there, so it sat up nicely to be hit. And Wood dispatched it to the boundary. Thought about a reverse sweep there, I think, Wood, or he did something. Manages to keep it down. Wood down the wicket, gets to the pitch, drives it to long off, and he moves on to 14, just takes a single. 332 for 8 England. Potts plays that one back to Jayasuriya, bounces off his hand. He shakes his hand, and they'll go for a quick single there with the England batsman. Just hope he's not damaged that thumb that he was having an issue with yesterday. Mark Wood crashes that through the covers again, but finds the fielder on the boundary. Just be a single. That one slides down the leg side. Good take by the keeper. End of the 82nd over. Fernando into Wood. Tries to pull this to the leg side. It goes up in the air. There's a fielder out there. Don't bother though, because that's flew to the boundary. Caught in the crowd. What a good catch, that man. Gets a round of applause. He had a pint in his hand. Did spill a little bit down his top, so we'll lose him style marks, but he certainly took it well. Flat batted off the top edge it came, and it flew over the boundary ropes. Full toss there from Fernando. He's getting a little bit ragged now. Wood takes another single. Moves on to 22. He's only faced 12 deliveries. I'm assuming that's his brother who's sat at the side of him because they have a look at each other. One-handed, well done that man. And only spilt a drop. Just a drop. Potts clips that through mid-wicket. Quick single, shy at the stumps, misses. They would have been back anyway. Now England will take a overthrow. Just an extra one. It's just getting a little bit scruffy here for South Africa. Come on, Jimmy, sort your head out. You're getting giddy. There was a one-handed catch in the crowd. A little bit scruffy from Sri Lanka. And cool as you like. Paul Collingwood describing to Marcus Trescothick what happened. The young man in the crowd salutes everybody. And Potts drives that through to the boundary. There's no fielder at... no fielder at long off. England lead 111. Potts moves on to 9. Just getting a little bit flustered here, Sri Lanka. Somebody needs to just have a word with somebody. I'm not sure who the leader is in the team, but they just need to reset Sri Lanka. This could run away from them quickly if they're not careful. It'll be Potts on strike. He's on 9. Fernando, 3 for 101. His figures. Tries bouncing Potts there, spins, pulls it to deep square leg, keeps it down though. Single added to the total, he moves on to 10. And Sri Lanka definitely need to hit reset. It's been a little bit scruffy all morning. Good delivery. Full length, right on the stumps. Wood looking to score. And bowled. But no point hanging around for England and Wood. Took a little stride to the leg side, trying to crash it through the covers. It was a good delivery. It was one you would have been playing a forward defensive shot to. But Wood looking to score from it. Not bothered about his average, is he? He just wants the runs. 13 deliveries, 22 scored though, and it's the 22 that matters. It would have been an awful shot if England were looking to hang on and, you know, kill time at the wicket and that, but that's not the case. England still at 64% in the poll to win this test match. $11 votes so far, 36% say no, 64% yes. Thanks to everyone who's voted so far. It's going to be Bashir into the middle. He did say in an interview I saw that he wants to improve his batting. So he doesn't look like a batsman. I've always said this when he came in against in the West Indies to bat. Doesn't look a batsman. However, I'm just wondering whether he has been practicing. Potts there, trying to push that one through the leg side with some force. Got an inside edge onto his pad. And no appeal for LBW. There was maybe bat involved. And I'm up to 199 subscribers. If anybody will be good enough to give me a subscribe, get me over the 200 mark, it'd be greatly and fantastically appreciated. Well, that's a funny ball by Fernando. I don't know if it came out the back of his hand, but it went a yard down leg side. Potts couldn't get his bat onto it. I think he was a little bit shocked, actually. England's leads up to 112. 348 for 9 currently. Sri Lanka did take the new ball as soon as it was available. Potts on strike. He's on 10 from 15. Vishwa Fernando in. He's got a slip who's probably where a second slip would be. A gully. That's just a dot ball. Jamie Smith, if you're joining us late, he was out, caught Chandimal behind from Jayasuriya, a ball that turned. Out for 111. This one's pitched up outside off stump. Half volley through cover, fielded by Sri Lanka. But Potts will get a single, and now Bashir will be on strike. So we'll see if Bashir has improved his batting as he said he wanted to do. He doesn't look a batsman, let's be honest. His helmet looks too big for him. But he can certainly bowl a spinner, that's for sure. But it'd be nice if he can bat at number 11. I love watching Bashir bowl. I could watch him bowl all day. The same as Jayasuriya. Just that 1 yard run up. Fascinating watching him bowl. So it's going to be Vishwa Fernando into Bashir. Pitched up. Drives that through the covers on the half volley. It's not going to go to the boundary because the outfield's so slow. But a lovely shot from Bashir. He moves on to 2, and now there's a sloppy again from Sri Lanka. They'll take the overthrow, so he'll move on to 3. That's twice Sri Lanka have let overthrows come through when it should not have happened. And it's only cost them 2 runs, but it's indicative of how this morning's gone for Sri Lanka. Yesterday when they started bowling, they were disciplined line, disciplined length, disciplined in the field, and this morning it's all been a little bit scruffy. It started off scruffily before they even bowled a ball. They must have known who was coming on to bowl, fielding positions and what have you, and as soon as they come onto the field, they're waiting around at 11 a.m. Chandimal hurt himself there. It went down leg side, it was tickled, he made the stop, and as he went to get up, I think he's hurt his left knee. But England take the quick single. Looks like he's alright, maybe just a bit of an impact injury. He's kept well, Chandimal, I've got to say. That was a good stop. As he went to get up, I think he just twisted a little bit. He's okay. Yeah, I've just noticed I'm on 199 subscribers. So if somebody will please put me out of my misery. It's like a batsman being on 49 or 99. You want to get to your half century or a century. And to everyone who has subscribed, I thank you very much. Do appreciate it. It's not the channel with the most pizzazz, I've got to say, but I'll leave that to the youngsters. Ooh, Potts there. Tried a little bit of a baseball shot. Moved to the offside. Tried to flick it over one of them. Flick it over the wicket keeper. It went through to the wicket keeper. Unfortunately for him, Potts, there was no bat involved. Fernando into Potts. He feigned a step to the leg side and then punches that to long off, just be a single there. Fernando saw him making that move and pitched that delivery up. Bit of cat and mouse between the batsman and the bowler. And it's going to be Bashir on strike. He's currently on 3 from 1 delivery, a lovely cover drive. He's definitely the future for England, Bashir. Like I said, I love watching him bowl. Let's hope we can love watching him bat as well. In behind that one, just pushes it to mid-off. Nothing wrong with that. The other thing I've noticed about Bashir as well is whites look immaculate. Not creased. Sky Sports did a fantastic interview with him. What a nice lad he is. Fernando into Bashir. Good down the leg side. Lets that one go, does Bashir. Just lifts his bat out of the way. Didn't look hurried. For Fernando this morning, he was the only bowler really who got the old ball to move in the air. He's not really had that movement with this new cherry, which was taken as soon as. Full length delivery there, Bashir in behind it, pushes it to mid-on, just a dot ball. England 354 for 9, lead of 118. Fernando into Bashir, just plays that one down to Gully. End of the 85th over, 354 for 9 England. Bashir's on 3, Potts is on 13. And England's lead is up to 118. Full length delivery, tries to punch that through straight, but gets a thick inside edge. It still goes to mid off, but didn't time it, and it'll be a dot ball. This time, Potts, he does manage to chip one over the wicket keeper's head. And that's not going to please. That's not going to please Fernando at all. Races away to the boundary, one bounce, and over the boundary for 4. There we go. That's going to be caught. Down the leg side. Went for the pull shot there, did Potts. Caught at deep square leg. That'll be the end of the innings for England. England's lead 122, all out for 359. Bishwa gets his man. Just while there's that breaking play now, it's going to go for a quick toilet break. We'll be back shortly. Well, we're back. They just got underway. Before we ended up having a phone call. It was good timing in a way, though. Because I would have had to have took it. So the break between innings came at a good time. 1 over gone. Sri Lanka just scored the 1 from it. England's gone up to 75% in the poll. Will they win this test match, yes or no? It's going to be Gus Atkinson into the attack. Did a good job with the bat. Into the left-handed. Rathnayake. A little bit of movement in the air. Not a lot, but just a hint. England have got 4 slips and a gully in place. A third man, square leg, mid-off, mid-on. I hope they do go for lunch at 1:15 because I need a wheat. I meant to have one in the break then, but got waylaid doing other things. The joys of getting older. When I got a look at a cup of coffee and my bladder starts screaming. Atkinson in. Rathnayake plays that off his pads into the leg side. Just be a leisurely single there. And it'll be Kusal on strike. He's still on the dreaded donut. In again. Outside edge, gone. Kusal goes for naught. The dreaded donut. They took a fielder out of slip as well there for Kusal and put him in at leg slip. But that was a good delivery. Beat the outside edge. Got a tickle on the outside edge. Well taken by Smith. And Atkinson, scrambled seam. And I'm afraid Kusal the duck's going to follow Kusal all the way off. 4 deliveries he faced, but he failed to get off the mark. Atkinson took the wicket, finding the outside edge. Lovely take low down by wicket-keeper Smith. And it's not a good start for Sri Lanka. If you're joining us late, it's been not a good morning for Sri Lanka all around. It's all been very scruffy, disjointed, overthrows, and it started off when they came out to bowl this morning. They tried bowling. I think it was Fernando who was going to open the bowling until the umpires pointed out you cannot bowl because you bowled the last over last evening. Which says preparation for this morning must have been somewhat lacking. Angelo Matthews comes into bat. He wouldn't have been expecting to be batting. He would have been hoping he wouldn't have been batting so early on in this second innings. Full length delivery there, but that's crashed through. It's not going to get to the boundary, is it? No, it stops a yard short. They may run forward though, although I doubt it with Matthews. He's not the most sprightly of characters. But he gets off the mark off his first ball with a crash half volley through to long off. And he caught it pretty well, but that outfield is so slow and the boundaries are quite big at Old Trafford. So he did run 3. Sri Lanka. Four for 2. Still trail by 118. Rathnayake on 1 from 4 deliveries. And that's the end of the second over. Just watching outside edge again. Didn't get a full stride in there. Kind of got pinned on his crease a little bit. And that did for the batsman. Good take by Smith. The walks from his first over, taking 1 wicket. Still not conceded a run. Once again, I didn't think Sri Lanka's first innings debacle early on could be beaten, but it looks like they're in danger of doing so. Walks, turns, runs in, 4 slips, gully. Matthews in behind that, lovely. Just plays a forward defensive back to Walks. Walks, turns around, starts his run up. Matthews points his bat. I think somebody was moving behind the bowler's arm there. He'll turn around and start his run up again. It's odd at Old Trafford because he's batting well outside of his crease there as well, Matthews. They have people sat under the sight screens at Old Trafford. Clips that off his legs, Matthews, to the leg side. He'll get a couple there. Moves on to 5. Sri Lanka 6 for the loss of 2 wickets. Matthews will be aware of his dismissal in the first innings. LBW not playing a shot. Totally misread the line. There's a little shuffle. He'll run another couple there. Oh no. He's only going to take the single. They could have had a couple because there was a slight misfield. But just takes the 1 and Rathnayake will be on strike. 3 balls left of this walks over. Okay, England back up to 76% in the poll. That's played off Rathnayke's hit to the leg side. He'll run a couple there. Bashir doing the fielding. And Rathnayake moves on to 3. Sri Lanka 9 for 2. I'm not sure what time lunch will be taken now. It should have been at 1:15. Play will be extended today till 7 p.m. or till 98 overs have been bowled. Rathnayake in behind that one, just pushes it back to the bowler. Dot ball. He'll be hoping to bat long, will Rathnayake, as will Matthews. Walks in again, clipped to the leg side by the batsman. Rathnayake takes a single. I think that's lunch. It is indeed. That's lunch. We're just 4 minutes late. Sri Lanka on 10 for 2, 3 overs bowled. Still trail England by 112. And we'll be back after the lunch break. Resuming at 2 p.m. Off with back. And it's Bashir into the attack. Excuse me. First ball's hit through mid-on, and that'll race away to the boundary. So not the start. That Bashir would have wanted. It was Atkinson with the attempted diving stop. And that one's put through the covers. Just be a leisurely single. With Matthews on strike, he's on 6. He's faced 4 deliveries. Leg slip, orthodox slip, short leg. Bashir into Matthews, just pushes that back to the bowler. Perfect physique for a bowler, Bashir. Tall, wiry. Just clipped to mid-on, will take a quick single there. But he does, I know most spinners can pretty much bowl all day, fingers get tired. But if you ever look at Bashir, look at an interview with him, or when you see him in the field, or you see the ball in his hands, look at the length of his fingers. I mean, I've got hands like shovels, but not long fingers. He has got long fingers. And as long as he can keep them in good condition, i.e. not like Jayasuriya yesterday, where the skin was splitting, he's obviously going to have some issues, but if he can keep the revolutions on the ball, he's the perfect build for bowling long, accurate spells. And he's still quite new in his test career. He's only going to get better. And like I was saying earlier, I could watch Bashir bowl all day. And Jayasuriya. Gotta say, I like watching Nathan Lyons for the Australians. Like everybody else, used to love watching Shane Warne bowl.
Whoa!
The walks to continue, 4 slips, a gully. Still trail by 106. Sri Lanka, currently 16 for 2. Matthews pushes that to the offside, takes a quick single. Nicely played by the batsman. And thank you to everybody who subscribed this morning. We've now made it to 200. It was like a batsman being on 49 or 99. So I appreciate that. It's just a psychological difference of being in the 100s and now we're in the 200s. It's a new channel. So we're doing quite well. We're going along nicely. I understand it's not going to be for everybody. There's not lots of pizzazz. But it provides a service. That's got to be close for LBW. Rathnayake there, trapped on his crease, walks, goes in, it's hit him on the pads, it might have just been going down leg side. Ollie Pope's saying, what do you reckon? 6 seconds left. Yep, they are going to review it, England. Initial thoughts were, from myself, it's going down leg side. However, umpire's call is going to be with the batsman. It might just have been clipping leg stump. There's no bat involved, I'm pretty sure of that. Walk seemed pretty convinced. A little bit of wobble seen there. Oh no. It's not going down leg side. It might just be an issue with height. Because it hit the back leg. I thought it had hit the front pad, which would have indicated it's going down leg side, but it was the back. Which pad did it hit first? No bat and no front pad involved. He might be in trouble here, although it hit on the thigh pad. So it could be height that saves the batsman. And like I said, he has got umpire's decision on his side. We're still waiting. We've had ultra edge, no bat involved for sure. No tickle on the front pad. So it's down to whether height is going to save the batsman. Here we go, ball tracking. Pitch is in line. Going over the stumps. Saves the batsman, yet height. It was over by a good 2 or 3 inches. Good decision by the umpire. And England will lose a review. Worth doing, because it was close. Well, Pope, he's had 3 reviews so far for England. None of them have been fruitful. But that was worth a shout. Let's just push back to the bowler. And I'll be back in 1 second. I've just got to take a delivery. Not that kind of delivery, unfortunately. That was nice and easy. All the paperwork's correct. And that, from Rathnayake, planted his front foot to the pitch of the ball and just drove it straight back past Walks, races to the boundary for 4. That was worth rushing to get back for. Beautiful shot from the batsman. And Sri Lanka move on to 21 for 2. Nice follow through there as well. Good crowding at Old Trafford today, the best of the 3 days so far. Rathnayake lets that one go through to Smith. Joe slipped his bat out the way. Not interested in playing at that. End of the 5th over. Sri Lanka 21 for 2, 5 overs completed, like I said. Rathnayake on 13, Matthews will be on strike, he's on 8. And it's going to be Atkinson to continue. She had just had that over just to see if there was any turning the pitch. England won't want to waste that new ball, though, if it's not turning. And it's going to be Atkinson. Currently 1 for 4 from his first over. He's going to have 3 slips, a gully in place. Fielder at backward point, mid on, mid off. Fielder at mid wicket. Fine leg. Clips onto his pads. Fielder at mid wicket though. Comes around nicely there. Makes it a dot ball. Looks like he's feeling pretty confident in this innings, Matthews. He got out in the first innings not playing a shot, LBW. But as soon as he came in, he was moving his feet. He's batting outside of his crease. Moving his feet well already, so it could be a good sign if you're a Sri Lankan fan. Atkinson in again. Bit of width outside off stump. Try and attempt Matthews, but he just plays a firm shot, but not a full swing of the bat into the covers, and that's a dot ball. England 71% in our poll that they will win this test match. It's looking good, but you never know what weather's around over the weekend. I know today's supposed to be dry all day. Matthews in behind that one, just pushes it back to Atkinson. Three slips and a gully now. Atkinson runs in. Played on the up off the back foot there by Matthews, but only finds Ollie Pope in the covers. He remains on 8. Got some sunshine, some blue skies. It's a little bit overcast here in Devon. It's nice and warm outside though. Atkinson runs in, strays onto the pads of Matthews, clips it down to Bashir at fine leg. Just takes a leisurely single. And Sri Lanka trail by exactly 100. Oh, excuse me. Any football fans in from Yorkshire? Big derby match tonight. Leeds and Sheffield Wednesday. Thick outside edge there for Karuna Ratna. Fielded by Lawrence in the gully. That's the end of the 6th over. 22 for 2. Sri Lanka. Don't know what's being said on the TV, but I think they're taking the mickey out of Mark Butcher. They just put a picture up of him when he was a child, a full head of hair. Then when he started playing cricket, he was going a little bit thinner, and by the end he was bald and grey. Cricket will do that to you. Oh, I'm guessing it's his birthday. He's got a caterpillar cake from Asda, it looks like. Can't hear what was said, but it was obviously very funny. Walks into Matthews. That one popped off the wicket a little bit there. Plays it down well. Yeah, we've now made it over 200 subscribers. Thanks to our wonderful viewers. Thank you very much. Walks into Matthews. Plays that one back to the bowler. Walks, picks the ball up. Threatens to have a shy at the stumps. Keeps his ball in his hand. Stop laughing. You know what I meant. In behind that one, 4 slips and a leg slip now for Matthews. Joe Root working on the ball there, trying to get the shine on one side. Hopefully trying to get it reverse swinging. Some blue sky around in Old Trafford though, in Manchester. So it might be a bit of a struggle. Walks is in. Lets that one go through to Smith. Not being tempted, Matthews. Just a little bit of width outside off stump there. Thinks better of it. And when you're 22 for 2... Eagle Cardi Gaming says hi. Hi to yourself, Eagle. I hope you're having a great day, my friend. Are you a supporter of either Sri Lanka or England by any chance? Or just a cricket fan in general? Matthews just drops that final ball of the over in front of him. End of the 7th, Sri Lanka 22 for 2, trailing by exactly 100. Weather forecast today, Old Trafford, dry all day. I've heard that before though. And we've had, somebody's got a full tray of chips, burgers. There was a great catch in the crowd earlier on by a young chap. Pint in hand. Managed to take it one-handed. And just spilt the froth off the top. Got a round of applause by the crowd. Impressed Collingwood sat on England's balcony. You could see him mouthing. He managed to keep hold of his pint as well. Atkinson into Karunaratne, thick outside edge. That'll race all the way to the boundary. Lawrence in the slips, couldn't get a hand to it. It was a thick outside edge, but it was played down. Bit of a wobble scene there. Lawrence in, it went between third slip and gully there. 4 much needed runs for Sri Lanka. And Rathnayake currently on 17. England 71% in the poll now to win this test match. And assuming they avoid a capitulation in their innings, if Sri Lanka get an average innings with that first innings lead for England, they're going to be up against it in the field. I think the weather is the only thing that's going to save Sri Lanka in this test match now. Rathnayake just pushes that one back to Atkinson. New York stock market's open in 9 minutes' time. Atkinson pitches this one up. Tries to drive it on the half volley, Rathnayake, but he doesn't time it very well. And the fielder at mid-off will keep that to a dot ball. Shorter delivery there for Atkinson. Rathnayake just sways out the way of that. Lets it go through to Smith. It's going to race away to the boundary. And Rathnayake will move on to 21. End of the 8th over. 30 for 2 Sri Lanka. Walks into Matthews. Almost finds that man at leg slip. It'll race away to the boundary down to fine leg, but that's what he was in place for. And he just pushed his luck, did the batsman. Definitely in play, the leg slip though. 3 orthodox slip, a gully, and a leg slip. Close to LBW there. I think there was a little bit of an inside edge that saved the batsman. Excuse me. Walks. He's getting a little bit frustrated here. He's seen the ball go into the boundary. Yeah, there was just a little inside edge onto the thigh pad. Saved the batsman. This one's clipped to the leg side by Matthews. It'll take a quick single. Sri Lanka move on to 35 for 2. Still trail England by 87. Matthews is on 14. Rathnayake is on 21. Lovely blue skies now at Old Trafford. Just broken up by a few white clouds, fluffy though. Strong breeze and walks into Rathnayake. Plays that to the leg side. Had to hurry the shot a little bit, but safe enough. Dot ball. Walks in again. Rathnayake waits. A little bit shorter, just played into the offside. That'll be a dot ball, fielded by the bowler himself. And Rathnayake remain on 21. Not a good start by Sri Lanka. It started off poorly before they bowled the ball. They came out all ready to attack England. And the umpire had to walks into Rathnayake, clip to the leg side, dot ball. End of the 9th over. Sri Lanka 35 for 2, trail by 87. Yeah, Sri Lanka this morning, all ready to go. Until the umpire informed them that Fernando couldn't bowl the first over of the day because he bowled the last over last night. So how on earth that was missed in the pre-match? You know, you're getting all fired up to go out onto the pitch. Nobody had the thought to say, actually, you can open the bowling, Mr. Fernando. You bowled the last over last night, which then meant there was a delay because they needed pads coming onto the field for a short leg. And it didn't get much better in the field. There was some wayward bowling, some overthrows. Atkinson in, 3 slips, a gully. Matthews plays that to mid-on. Straight to the fielder, dot ball. Atkinson in again. Matthews plays that back to the bowler. Took his bottom hand off the mat there. Not because the ball was close to it. I think he just didn't time it very well. Just having a look at Mark Wood on the TV. It doesn't like he's going to be bowling anytime soon. He's only bowled 8 overs in this game, Mark Wood. Oof, blimey. Good ball by Atkinson there. Pitched up. He turned Matthews around. And Manages to keep it down. Wobble seam there. Yeah, it didn't hit the bat. It came off his right thigh. Just missing the outside edge there. He got in a right tangle there, Matthews, but he survives. And from Sri Lanka's point of view, that's all that matters. Double angle length, just pushed to mid-on by Matthews. His face looks a picture of concentration. Just looking at the statistics there, yeah. Swing after lunch has just dropped off slightly. Maybe because the blue skies have appeared. A little bit shorter. Dropped into the offside. He'll scramble for a quick single. He'll keep on strike. End of the 10th over. Sri Lanka 36 for 2. Matthews on 15. Rathnayake on 21. Markets are open now in the US. The dollar's strengthening today, the dollar basket. Pound's still at 131.12 against the dollar. There's also rumours doing the round that there's a gold revaluation coming within 60 days. So if you're into your commodity trading, just to be aware. Matthews just drops that into the offside for a dot ball. Sri Lanka still trail England by 86. Walks, got a little bit of a way swing there. Tempted Matthews having a push at that, beats the outside edge. That's the first ball since lunch that I've seen move away really noticeably. Perfect upright seam. In fact, if anything, there was too much swing on that. He ended up trying to reach it, Matthews. Went so far, he couldn't do so, and he'll be thankful he couldn't. There was a shorter delivery there. Matthews just sways out of the way. It's on 15, Matthews, from 30 deliveries. Walks in again. He takes an early stride down the wicket there, Matthews. Pitches it a little bit shorter. Does walks. And he flat bats that through point, and they'll run three there. Yeah. A good improvised shot from Matthews. And he'll move on to 18. I was saying earlier on, and that was a prime example, as soon as Matthews came into bat today, he had his feet moving. Completely different in the first innings where he was caught out I don't mean he was caught out. He was caught out not playing a shot. LBW. Just misread the line and horrible delivery from Matthews' point of view. A thick inside edge there for Rathnayake. It'll trickle down to fine leg. Walks has got his head in his hands. And that'll be one added to the total. Yeah, he's looked on form since he's come in, Matthews. Strays down leg side slightly, off the pad. Fielder at leg slip can't get a hand on it, and that'll race away to the boundary for 4 leg byes. I think Walks was questioning whether there was a attempt to play a shot there. He's having a word with the umpire. Came off his thigh pad. It'll be Atkinson to continue, and it'll be Rathnayake on strike. He's on 22 currently. Sri Lanka still trail by 78. Straight delivery there, clip through mid-on. It won't go to the boundary. The batsmen almost run into each other. And they'll come back for 3 there, taking on the arm of the fielder. Very nice shot there by the Sri Lankan batsman. Outfield at Old Trafford is very slow. They're not short boundaries either. Current partnership, 46 runs from 57 deliveries. Pitched in a little bit shorter, spins on the wicket there, the batsman. Just pulls it to fine leg, leisurely single. Just focusing on a young lady in the crowd with love heart glasses on. Got her head on, I'm assuming it's her partner's shoulder. She's waking up now, she sees she's on there. Rathnayake plays that off his pads. Bashir at fine leg. Comes around quickly, keeps it to a single. Sri Lanka just 1 away from 50 now for the innings. Still trailing by 73 though. And the cameraman's doing his trip around the grounds. People who are asleep, he's focusing in on. So if you're at the ground, someone's just giving him a nudge and said, "You're on the big screen, mate. Stop catching flies." He has a big grin on his face now. Gets a round of applause from the crowd. Bravo to the cameraman and the editor. Matthews on strike. Atkinson in. Straight delivery. Flicked with his wristy shot to mid-on. Matt Wood comes round. Yips that to a dot ball. Clipped off his pads there by Matthews. Are they going to come for the second? No. He's not the fastest between the wickets, Matthews, so just a single off that ball. 50 up for Sri Lanka. Atkinson into Rathnayake. Straight back there, plays that to Mark Wood at mid-on. End of the 12th over. Sri Lanka still trail by 72. Rathnayake is on 26. Matthews is on 20. No floodlights needed at Old Trafford today so far. Some blue sky about, some cloud around, but it's the white fluffy stuff. With Bashir coming back into the attack now. See if he can get this ball turning. It's an abrasive wicket at Old Trafford. And if he can just get that one, as Jayasuriya showed, he can cause a batsman all kinds of problems. He also had the one on the first day that kept so low that the wicket-keeper for Sri Lanka had no chance. A real daisy cutter. Lots of turn there. Doesn't play a shot. It comes off the thigh pad to the leg side. They take a quick single. I'm not sure that that'll be allowed because I don't think he played a shot, the batsman. Yeah, nowhere near playing a shot. Yeah, not allowed that run there. The umpires weren't having that. Matthews, forward defensive. Pushes it to the covers. Bashir into Matthews. There's a leg slip, orthodox slip. Short square leg. That's a dot ball. We'll just clip through the leg side. It'll be a leisurely single there. There'll be a Rathnayake on strike. Just rocks back there, does the batsman, pushes it through the offside. Finds Gus Atkinson, but time for a single. Sri Lanka move on to 52 for 2. Trail by exactly 70 now. Matthews on strike, final ball of the over. Forward defensive there. He'll stay on 21, and it'll be Rathnayake on strike. He's on 27. No sign of Mark Wood coming into the attack yet. as we say that, just comes back from a break. Who gets the ball in his hand? Mark Wood. He's only bowled 8 overs in that first innings. So he's definitely going to be used as an impact bowler for obvious reasons. One for 31 so far from the first innings. Runs in for his first ball. Rathnayake on strike. 2 slips, a leg slip. And that's a delivery. Gone. Inside edge onto the pad. Loops up. Yeah, given out. Loops up. Caught at slip. Are they going to appeal this? The Rathnayake. What? Mark Wood went up straight away. The slips went up straight away. He's going to have to go. He's not going to review it. So, impact bowler. Talk about impact bowler. First ball back, Mark Wood. Just had a little bit too much pace. It hurried Rathnayake. Pitched it in nice and short. Tried to play that to the leg side. It looked like it came off his hip to Harry Brook in the slips. So it must have been a little tickle off the bat before it hit his hip. And the umpire didn't give Rathnayake, didn't give him out straight away there. But I'd like to see Snicko because it didn't look like to me like he hit it. But he's not reviewed it and he's walked off. He's going to be really disappointed as the batsman if he hasn't hit that now and he's not reviewed it. It definitely came off his hip and flew to Harry Brook in the slips. Caught. Not an issue. But it didn't, to me, off first looks, it didn't look like it came off his bat before, or his glove, before it hit his hip. But surely if it didn't hit the bat or the glove, you would review it. We'll find out now, no doubt. Rathnayake goes for 27 from 32 deliveries. It's going to be Chandimal to come into bat. He'll be hoping he doesn't get a daisy cutter like he did in the first innings from Bashir the spinner. Still trailing by 70 Sri Lanka. Mark Wood steaming in now. We've still not seen a Snicko of the last dismissal. Flipped off his pads there. First ball up by Chandimal into the leg side. He'll get off the mark. And off strike as well, which he'll no doubt be glad about. I didn't see where that hit the bat. Oh yeah, there was a little snick. Fuse on strike. Wood just strays down leg side. No contact with the bat and it goes through to Smith. However, needs to be aware of that. Does Matthews. That leg slip is there. He's already had one warning with the ball. Wood in again to Matthews. Clips that down to fine leg. Just be a single. It's a good job he clipped that down to fine leg, because if that had hit his pad, it would have been plumber than a plum thing. He played across the line of that delivery. And always good when you're getting the bat on it. As soon as you miss one, you may as well be walking straight to the pavilion. Going to be Chandimal on strike. Blimey, he ducks there and he just manages to get under it. Not very elegant from the batsman, but he got the job done in respect of he got out of the way of this Mark Wood shorter delivery, but it didn't bounce as high as he thought. His bat was up in the air like a periscope. Evasive action by the batsman, and it was one he didn't need to. He could have clipped it to the leg side. It just didn't bounce at all, and that was the issue. This one does bounce as you would expect, and he's pulled it to the leg side. It's going to go to the boundary. No, it's just going to get stopped. Just going to get stopped before it reaches there. Good effort from the fielder. That'll be 3 added to the total, though. End of the 14th, 57 for 3 Sri Lanka. Still trail by 65. And Chandimal, he moves on to 4. Matthews at the non-strikers on 22. Certainly an impact over there from Mark Wood.
I'll take.
Couple of overthrows there for Sri Lanka. The throw came in and it hit the stumps. That was the issue. Matthew goes long. That goes for 6. I don't think Bashir will be too bothered though about that. But he certainly timed it well, Matthews. That's a big old boundary at Old Trafford. Got right to the pitch of it. Strayed over the bowler's head. Straight into the crowd, dropped in the crowd, butterfingers. This one's clipped off his pad down the leg side to fine leg. Just misses the fielder though. There is a leg slip in place and Lawrence has his hands on his head. But he's still there on 29, Matthews. Chandimal's on 7. All defensive there. Bashir starts his run up. thick outside edge to point. That'll be a dot ball. Sri Lanka still trailing by 55. Final ball of this Bashir over. Premeditated shot by Chandimal. It goes big over deep mid-wicket. Doesn't time it though. Gets it over Duckett. And after all that, he just gets a single. It literally went high in the air. And as it landed, the outfield is so soft, it hardly moved. So just one added to the total, and Chandimal will remain on strike. He's on 8. Sri Lanka 68 for 3. Still trailing England by 54. 15 overs completed. It's going to be Mark Wood to continue. Wood runs in 2 slips, leg slip, clip round the corner to find leg. It'll just be a single, and hopping on the spot is the leg slip, because once again, that wasn't a million miles away. It's a natural shot to play, but England have got the fielder in place for when it's not quite timed. Father Christmas, Rudolph and the elves in the crowd. Lots of fancy dress at Old Trafford today. England are going to put a gully in position for Matthews. That leg slip, he's still there. Caught on the crease, Matthews. Gets the bat on it though. Mark Wood points his eyes to the sky. Realises how close that was to being LBW. Luckily for the batsman, he managed to get some willow on the ball. But he was trapped on his crease there, Matthews. Matthews gets in behind that one, thinks about a quick single, then thinks against it. Matthews there, Mark Wood, bowls onto his pads, comes off the pad, going down leg side though, straight to the fielder, the leg slip fielder. Ed Chirpell speaking at Jackson Hole. That's affecting the dollar price. It looks like they're going to start cutting interest rates. Although we'll be cutting interest rates. What issues do you see in the markets? Zero interest rates are not the norm. The British pound is skyrocketing against the dollar. It's the end of the over. 72 for 3. Sri Lanka. Still trailing England by 50. So Bashire's not going to continue. It's going to be Walks coming back into the attack. Just having a look at the field England are going to set here for Matthews. So we're going to have 3 slips. That leg slip is still there. England obviously think there's a weakness there in Matthews. Jimmy Anderson's just gone to Mark Wood, who's down at fine leg, maybe giving him a little bit of advice. That was driven by Matthews. Mid-off kind of stops it, but they still get the single. There's one thing Jimmy Anderson won't be telling Mark Wood, and that is bowl faster. John DeMar clips that off his pads. Down to Mark Wood, who's at fine leg. Leisurely single. He'll move on to 10. Sri Lanka 74 for 3, still trailing by 48. And if you're going on your holidays anytime soon, the pound is strengthening nicely. Walks into Matthews. Gets a little bit low there. Just pushes it into the leg side. It's a dot ball. Did well to get his bat down there, Matthews. Moves his feet well there to Walks, takes a stride down the wicket before the ball's bowled. Just plays a defensive shot. That'll be a dot ball. Just pushes that back to the bowler there, does Matthews. He stays on 33. There again from walks to Matthews. That one kept low. He does well again to get his bat on that. Just pushes it into the leg side for a dot ball. End of the 17th over. Sri Lanka 74 for 3. Still trail by 48. And that will be drinks. And while they're having drinks, I'm going to go for a quick toilet break myself. I'll be back in 2 shakes of a lamb's tail, as they say. Well, we're back. Decided to make a cheeky coffee. And we've just seen Mark Wood fall a shorter delivery into Chandimal, and that's hit him right on the thumb. I think it's the thumb. He's going to require some treatment. Straight away, signalled to the... Is it his finger or is it his wrist? He's already got, being the wicket keeper, he's already got tape on his fingers. Looks like he's in a little bit of discomfort there, does the batsman. Get some numbing spray on it. And it's right on that index finger. Now, 1 second. Sorry about that. The joys of working and streaming. Blimey, I don't know what's happened to Chandimal's hand there, but it's shaking. It's swelling up. It looks like he's broke his... Looks like he's broke his... Is it his thumb or his finger? Oh, it's swelling up. It looks like it looks like a golf ball on the meaty part of his hand there. It's swelling as we're looking at it on TV. He's not going to be able to continue, surely. His hand's shaking now. I'm not surprised. Yeah, Chandimal's going off now. Let's hope that's all right. Yeah, what a shame. He's shaking. Oh, my word. That doesn't look very good for the batsman. And, obviously, for the wicket-keeping duties. I don't think he'll be playing any further part in this test match, though. That doesn't look very nice. It's going to be De Silva into bat. 74 for 3 currently Sri Lanka, but realistically 74 for 4, because I'll be very surprised. Pardon me. I'll be very surprised if Chandimal comes back. His hand didn't look good at all after he got struck on it. Yeah, it doesn't look good, that, for the lad. He didn't have much luck batting. He had one that kept a daisy cutter off Bashir, the spinner, in the first innings, and now he's been hit on the hand by Mark Wood. De Silva hit on the pad there, stifled appeal for LBW. 3 balls left of this Mark Wood over. De Silva on strike. In behind that, nicely defended. That's a dot ball. For De Silva, England have left the leg slip in place. Nicely in behind that one again for De Silva. 2 slips and a gully in place. Then there's a leg slip that was put in initially for Matthews, but it's been left in for De Silva. Mark Wood, impact bowler, took a wicket with his first delivery of this second innings. And now it seems like he's dispatched Chandimal when he caught him on the hand. Looks like he's probably broken his finger or there's something gone amiss there. It didn't look nice at all. It was swelling up in front of our very eyes. Wood in again. De Silva clips that off his pad down to fine leg. Just be a single. Bashir sends it back in. End of the 18th over. Sri Lanka 75 for 3. Still trailing England by 47. And realistically it's 75 for 4 because I'll be absolutely amazed if Chandimal comes back and bats. I'd be surprised if he puts the gloves on as well. So I'm not sure who for Sri Lanka will take over wicket-keeping duties. But I'm guessing Chandimal is off to the hospital. If anybody knows who will take over wicket-keeping duties for Sri Lanka, can you let us know in the live chat, please? Going to be walks, 3 slips in place, into De Silva, thick outside edge. It'll go down to third man where there is no fielder. But you want to get a single. It's well chased down by Potts. The scream of no for the second run came in, and rightly so. England at 71% in the poll so far. Expectations to win this first test. So now we're going to have a short mid-wicket. Gus Atkinson's in there. We've got 2 slips, backward point. Leg slip is still in place for walks. Mid on, mid off. And walks runs in. Forward defensive from Matthews. It's looked pretty good since he's come in, Matthews. Look at the width outside off stump, full length delivery. Matthews just gets a thick inside edge straight back to the bowler. He'll remain on 33. Sri Lanka 76 for 3, realistically 76 for 4. Chandimal retired hurt. Looks like he's broken either his thumb or his finger or a bone in his hand. Lovely shot, back past the bowler there by Matthews. It might get to the boundary. Bashir's after it, he'll just stop it. A diving stop, so they'll run 3. Matthews moves on to 36. Sri Lanka 79 for 3. Still trailing England by 43 though, Sri Lanka. Three slips, leg slip in place for De Silva. Walks, runs in. A little bit of in swing there, driven through mid-off though. That's not going to get to the boundary either. Just got a little bit of something on it, the man at mid-off, and it's finished off by Bashir. Walks into De Silva. Full length, middle stump, just played to mid-wicket. End of the 19th over, 81 for 3 Sri Lanka. 19 overs completed. Still trailing England by 41. Chandimal retired hurt though. He's broke his hand, I think. It didn't look very good. If anybody knows who can let me know in live chat, who will take over from Chandimal wicket keeping for Sri Lanka? Because I doubt very much he'll come back to bat, and I doubt very much he'll come back taking the gloves for the wicket-keeping duties as well. Looked like an awful injury to his hand. It was swelling up in front of our eyes as the camera focused in on it. His hand had the shakes. I'm not sure in the Sri Lankan team who will take over wicket-keeping duties. Just hope he has a speedy recovery. And it's going to be Mark Wood to continue. 1 for 10 from his 3 overs. Caught on his crease a little bit there, Matthews, but he plays it back to mid-on. Right back in his crease for Mark Wood, plays it to short mid-on. It's a dot ball, just trying to give himself as much time as possible before he's got to play a shot there. Wood into Matthews, pushes that to mid-off, straight to the fielder though. Shorter delivery there. Matthews went to hook it, didn't get anything on it, straight through to Smith, but he almost got a top edge there. Can't even spell my own name there. That's just played to the leg side by Matthews. He'll get a single. So, excuse me. For Silver, clips that to mid-wicket, be a single. End of the 20th over, Sri Lanka 82 for 3. Chandimal won't be returning though, I'm pretty sure, so we can say 82 for 4. Still trail by 40, Sri Lanka. Matthews currently on 37, De Silva on 4. I'm not sure who will take over wicket-keeping duties as well. If you can let me know, that would be fantastic. Bashirs coming back into the attack. So there's an orthodox slip. This is for Matthews. A leg slip. Short leg. Plays that into the leg side. That'll be a dot ball. A little bit confusing with the calls there. They will get a single in the end. Matthews turns to De Silva, apologises. No harm done though. Bashir into De Silva. Watches that late, does the batsman. Just pushes it to mid-on. That'll be a dot ball. Again, just pushing that into the offside forward defensive by De Silva. One ball left of this 21st over. Still trailing by 39. Sri Lanka. End of the 21st, 83 for 3. De Silva on 4. Matthews on 38. Potts into the attack. 2 slips a gully. Matthews on strike. Forward defensive shot there. Didn't bowl too well in the first innings, Potts. He didn't bowl badly, but he just went for a few runs and didn't really threaten the batsman. It's just played into the leg side by Matthews. He'll take a leisurely single. He'll be joining us late. Sri Lanka 84 for 3. Realistically 84 for 4. Chandimal had to retire hurt. Looks like he's broke his hand. And I've put that in the live chat. If anybody knows who would take over wicket keeping duties, maybe you can let us know, because I've got to say I don't know. Bit of in-swing there for Potts. That's interesting. De Silva hits it to mid-off. But that'll have caught his eye. And now we're just looking at the guy who was at Trent Bridge, who looks like Ben Stokes. Stokes is laughing as well. And the guy's taking his top off to show his shirt, England shirt with Stokesy on it. He's got the beard, he's got the hair. And you can bet he's not got the cricketing skills. Potts runs in again. De Silva on strike. 2 slips waiting. Just gets in behind that one. Pushes it into the offside. It's a dot ball. Yeah, I'm curious as to who will wicket keep for Sri Lanka, because I'm pretty certain it's not going to be Chandimal. He got hit on the hand by Mark Wood. And when he took his glove off, straight away he called for the physios. His hand was shaking. And you could see on the palm of it, it was like a golf ball appearing. Didn't look good, so no doubt he's off to hospital. Getting that checked out. I'm pretty sure he won't be coming back batting. And I'm pretty sure he won't be taking the wicket-keeping gloves either. So it's more war for Sri Lanka. Didn't start off well for them this morning. Went to have Fernando bowl the first over, only for the umpires to point out you're not eligible to bowl the first over because you bowled the last over last night. And it didn't really get better for Sri Lanka. Potts into De Silva, in behind that, nice and safe, dot ball. End of the 22nd over, 84 for 3 Sri Lanka, trailing England by 38 still. It'll be Bashir to continue. Matthews on strike. Splits his legs there, make sure he gets the bat on ball. Orthodox slip and a leg slip in place, a short leg. England 67% now in the poll. Likelihood of winning this test match. I'm surprised that's coming down. Silver on strike. Bashir floats one up outside off stump. Tries to drive a half volley through the covers. Just gets a thick inside edge onto his pad though. Trickles back to the bowler, Bashir. He'll remain on 4. This time he goes big, down the wicket, over the bowler's head, one bouncing over the boundary. That's 4 to De Silva. And I don't think Bashir will be too bothered about that. But he did time it well. He got right to the pitch. Came off the bottom of the bat, but timed it well enough. And we move on to 89 for 3 to Sri Lanka. De Silva on to 8. Still trailing England by 33. Floats one up again, driven to mid-off, well fielded. Kept it to a dot ball there. End of the 23rd over. Sri Lanka 89 for 3. Chandimal, in theory, it's 89 for 4. He's gone to hospital for an X-ray on his hand. And it'll be Potts to continue. 0 for 1 from his first over. He just got a couple of balls to swing. No other England bowler so far this innings has. So whether it's something to do with his action or... He's got a look of James Toseland, the ex-World Superbike champion. In my eyes, that is. Potts in again to Matthews, clips that off his hip, straight to square leg, dot ball. A little bit of in-swing there again from Potts. He pitched that one up. Thick inside edge through mid-wicket for Matthews, and it's a dot ball. But once again, Potts showing that he can get some swing. Matthews, in behind that one, just pushes it back to the bowler. Bashir on the boundary there, just having a bite of a banana, keep his energy levels up. Matthews pushes that to mid-off, dot ball. Potts turns, starts his run up. Matthews waits, just one slip in place now, a little bit shorter. Spins and pulls that to the leg side. Finds the fielder though, that'll just be a single. He moves on to 41. Sri Lanka 90 for 3. 90 for 4 realistically. Chandimal retired hurt. Currently having an X-ray in hospital on his hand, which didn't look good, to be honest. If anybody knows who will take over wicket-keeping duties for Sri Lanka in his absence, if you can let me know in chat. I haven't got a clue, I've got to say. Sri Lanka still trailing England by 32. The sun's out at Old Trafford. Don't faint. 3 catches on the leg side. Mid-wicket. Forward square leg. Potts bangs one in, too high though. And De Silva just lets that go through to Smith. So there's a forward, there's a leg slip who's moving a little bit finer. The umpires are just making sure that there's enough players in front of square, which there is. Potts runs in, final ball of this over. Pitches it up. Just played to mid-wicket, dot ball. Bashir back into the attack. Sorry about that. Goes Biggs. Foot down the wicket. Big sweep to the left-hand side. Gets to the boundary. Bashir eyes up the batsman. Plays with his chewing gum. Was a good shot. Matthews on strike. He's on 42. Still trailing by 27 Sri Lanka. They're on 95 for 3. Realistically 95 for 4. I don't want to keep emphasising the point, but it's important. Chandimal retired hurt. Currently having an X-ray in hospital. By the time he gets an X-ray, it'll probably be night time. End of the 25th over. Still trailing by 27. Sri Lanka. 25 overs completed. It's going to be Potts to continue. One slip in place. De Silva gets hit on the thigh pad. That'll be a dot ball. Potts in again. Full length delivery, just played into the covers. That'll be a dot ball. Big appeal for LBW given out. So Potts looks like he's got his man. I'm sure they'll appeal this with the review. But it did for the batsman. We'll find out. They may as well appeal this. No. Or has he appealed it? Yeah, he has reviewed. So we will find out now. So it kept a little bit low, hit him just above the knee roll as he tried to sweep it to leg side. There's no bat involved, I'm pretty sure there. It's just whether this is going over the stumps, but it kept low. So there's no bat involved. Hitting wickets, didn't even need umpire's decision. And Potts gets his man, first wicket in the test for him. So De Silva, he goes. 1995 realistically for 5. De Silva out for 11 from 25 balls. LBW bowled Potts. If you're joining us late, Chandimal retired injured. Looks like he's broke his hand. So what? Sri Lanka are up against it. And I know Harvey put in chat earlier on that he expected England to win today. I've got to say, I kind of mocked him a little bit, saying that would mean England need to get a first innings lead and bowl Sri Lanka out and get the runs by the end of play. But with play being extended today until 7 o'clock or 98 overs bowled, could well be on the cards. Kamindu Mendis is coming into bat now for Sri Lanka. He's got a best of 164. And boy, do Sri Lanka need him to get close to that today. Going to be Potts to finish his over off. Still got 3 balls left. Left-handed batsman. 3 slips. In place. Backward point. Man for the cover drive. Mid on, mid off. Man at mid wicket. Potts runs in. Lets that one go through to the keeper. A little bit of width outside off stump there from the England bowler. And again, lets that one go through to the keeper, does the batsman. Sri Lanka 95 for 4. He's got his gander up now as Potts. That's just pushed into the offside. That'll be the end of the over. 26 completed. 95 for 4. Matthews is still there on 42. Kamindu still to get off the mark. And Sri Lanka still trailing England by 27. Bashir the only bowler for England now not to take a wicket. Walks, Atkinson, Wood, Potts each have 1 to the name. Mark Wood hit Chandimal on the hand. He's in hospital having an X-ray. It didn't look nice, his hand at all. It was swelling up in front of our eyes. It's going to be Matthews on strike. Bashir to continue. Orthodox slip, leg slip, short square leg. He just pushes that one to mid-wicket. Stays on 42. Just tickles that one down to fine leg. And that'll be a single. The throw comes in. Hits Bashir on the knee, I think, and a cry of pain comes out. He's not getting much sympathy from Potts, who's having a chuckle. It was Mark Wood who threw at the bowler's end, and Matthews had to just scurry at the end. Oh, it was on his shin. It didn't bounce, and it was like a daisy cutter right into the shin of Bashir. And he's not getting any sympathy off any of his fellow teammates. Walks is literally hiding his face now as he cannot stop laughing. Duckett's come over, he's having a giggle. Just checking the back foot no ball there for Bashir. He's just inside. But he couldn't get any wider. That is for sure. Mindu on strike. Cuts that one. Lovely shot there. That'll race away down to the boundary. Will it? No. So slow, the outfield at Old Trafford. He'll get a couple there, though. He's off the dreaded donut. He moves on to 2. Bashir to continue after he got wrapped on the shin. Walks is still laughing. That's what you call team bonding. Bashir in again. Down the wicket, Kamindu, forward defensive, used his feet well there. That's just a dot ball. Leaving only 62% to win this test match in our online poll. Or our live chat poll, I should say. Kamindu plays that to the leg side, end of the 27th over, 98 for 4 Sri Lanka. Still trailing England by 24. Kamindu's on 2. Matthews batted well this innings, he's on 43. As soon as he came in, Matthews started using his feet, completely different from the first innings where he left one alone that was ultimately his downfall. Giving out LBW, not playing a shot. Not the same in this second innings. Been old twinkle toes. It's going to be Potts to continue. Not sure what time tea is, but I've got to make a phone call in a minute. Potts runs in, one slip in place. Matthews plays that to mid-wicket. Dot ball. In fact, I'd better make that phone call now. We'll still have animations on. I'll be back in 1 second. Well, not literally, but you get what I mean. That went quicker than I expected, so we are back with audio and video. No doubt. Some of you will be thinking, don't bother with the video. Appeal for LBW there from Bashir into Kamindu. Going down leg side though. So it was a stifled appeal. Pushes out to backward point. End of the 29th over. Sri Lanka 100 for 4. Just remember Chandy Miles in hospital though, and I doubt he'll return. Sorry guys, just got to take this call. And it's all going on now. Just wish people would be stopping. Slowing down work at least for the weekend. Doesn't appear to be the case though. Just want to be concentrating on the cricket now. Going to be Potts in again. Kamindu on strike. A wristy shot there, back past the bowler, well fielded by Mark Wood. Keeps that to a dot ball. Potts putting some effort in there, clip to the leg side by Kamindu. You'll get a couple there possibly. He does indeed, Matthews. Sprightly between the wickets. Matthews is on 48 currently. Kamindu's on strike though. He's on 4 from 18 deliveries. Plays that late, Kamindu, through the offside. You'll get a couple there. End of the 30th over. Still trail by 15, Sri Lanka. 107 for 4. Is that the last over before tea? I think we've got another over coming and the players are heading off. Tea should be 10 past 4 apparently, but it did say earlier on that it was going to be 4:15. That is indeed tea. So at tea, Sri Lanka 107 for 4. Really, it's 107 for 5. Chandy Miles in hospital having an X-ray on his hand, so he won't be coming back. I'm pretty sure it didn't look good. Still trailing by 15, Sri Lanka. Kamindu and Matthews. Matthews is on 48. Kamindu's on 6. And that will be it. Yeah, they are going off for tea. So in theory, with Jayasuriya, Fernando A, Fernando V and Rathnayake. I don't know why Rathnayake is down at number 11, but it could well be over this test match today. We will see. While they have tea, I'm going to go and get mine. Well, not tea, but I'll go and get a break. And we'll be back when it returns at 33 minutes past 4. Unlike Jimmy James to be back before the players. But that's the case at the moment. Central's up. There we go. Players are on the way out now. In fact, the Sri Lankan batsmen are in the middle. It's going to be Mark Wood to open the bowling after tea. So I've often wondered this. "20 minutes. Players get for tea. What can you eat in 20 minutes by the time you get off the field and you're back on it?" That's just clipped off his pads there from Matthews. Down to Bashir at fine leg. Now come back for the second. Sri Lanka now just trailing by 13 runs. And Angelo Matthews moves on to 50. Lovely innings. Yeah, what can you eat in, let's say it takes you lose 5 minutes going off and going on and your food's ready. What can you eat in 15 minutes that's not going to make you want to put your feet up once you've eaten it instead of coming out onto a cricket field? Just slides down the leg side there. Does Mark Wood. Matthews lets it go through to the keeper Smith. Yeah, if I'd been bowling or in the field all afternoon, or batting for that matter, a nice steak and kidney pudding or steak and kidney pie, something like that. Mashed potatoes, a few peas, bit of gravy. Certainly won't want to be having a little snack. You want something substantial, and to eat that in 15 minutes and then get out on a cricket field bowling, won't do for me. Sooner have my steak and kidney, mashed potatoes, peas, bit of gravy, slice of bread maybe. That would slow your bowling down, that's for sure. Or you're running between the wickets. I'm assuming the nutritionalists now, they'll give them something like a power shake or something. And that would. Into Matthews. Full length delivery there. Digs it out well to the leg side. He'll get a single. I'll probably have to put a sandwich in my pocket or something. 15 minutes to eat your tea. Nice corned beef sandwich with a little bit of brown sauce on. Oh, that could be not good though, wearing whites. Maybe leave the brown sauce. Corned beef and onion. Corned beef and onion sandwich. That'd hit the spot. Going to be Wood to Kamindu. 2 slips in place, backward point. Oh my word. Bowls a short one there. Tries to hook it. I don't think he got anything on it. And it's gone through to Smith, the keeper. That was poor from the cameraman there because we didn't see where the ball went. Yeah, he didn't get anything on it. Probably, I'm surprised it's not given a wide, that actually. Wood runs in again. This time Kamindu goes after that one. There's a fielder there, Bashir, but it's going to sail over his head. That's gone for 6. He tried playing that shot. Missed it the first time, didn't miss it the second time. End of the 31st over. And he launched it high. He didn't worry about the fielder down there. That is the shorter side. Dropped in the crowd as well. Mark Wood bowling a good yard behind the popping crease there. Dispatch for 6. Kamindu moves on to 12. It's going to be Matthews on strike. He's on 51. And Sri Lanka trail by just 6 now, which if Kamindu carries on, won't take long to get level. It's Matthews on strike though. Rashia into Matthews, leg slip, orthodox slip, short square leg, just pushes that to backward points and it'll be a single to the Sri Lankan batsman. He moves on to 52. Sri Lanka 117 for 4, trailing by just 5 now. Lovely blue skies at Old Trafford. Just the odd fluffy cloud, the white cloud. Bashir into Kamindu. Oh my word. Clips that towards third man, but just misses the fielder at slip. And you just get a single because third man's up. It was a thick outside edge. But 1 added to the total. Trail by just 4 now. And Matthews on strike. Still not had an update on. Just a dot ball there. On Kaminda. The wicket keeper. Retired hurt. Broke his hand, I'm pretty sure. Looked to crash that one through the covers, did Matthews. I don't know if he nicked it or not, but Smith couldn't take it. Came off his pads. Just have another look at it. Pitched right up, and it spun. It spun in, and it was a full-length delivery. I think the bat hit the turf, actually. So no bat involved. But definitely got some turn there, did Bashir. Matthews' eyes lit up. But he couldn't make hay from that delivery. And now somebody moving behind Bashir's arm. Ball of the over, dot ball, 32 completed, 118 for 4 Sri Lanka, trailing England by 4. Chimindle. Chimindal. No update up to now. Arkham Hospital. He's just replacing the bales there. Mark Wood into Kamindu. Pops up in the air, didn't know where it had gone, but there's no fielder near that. Mark Wood runs in, 2 slips in place. Kamindu goes high again, trying to hit it upwards. Doesn't time it though, and it just trickles to duck it backward square leg. And you'll get a couple there. But he's certainly prepared to take Mark Wood on. He's not going to stand there ducking and diving and just got a single actually, sorry. Sri Lanka 119 for 4. This time he pulls it, didn't keep his eye on the ball there though. Pulls it to square leg, he'll get a single. Matthews, and it'll be Kamindu back on strike. So now Wood to Kamindu. The field is spread. You know that Kamindu is going to take the short ball on. Is it going to be a double bluff? Are we going to see a Yorker from Mark Wood here? Just changing the field, England. It's well spread. So they're certainly going to tempt Kamindu. If you want to, when he hooks upwards. He is going for the 6. He's not messing around. So Mark Wood, what's he going to bowl here? Double bluff or not? No, it is a bouncer. Kamindu ducks underneath it. Didn't get as high as you would expect though. It's been some indifferent bounce on this wicket at Old Trafford. And just lets that one go through to Smith. Would have probably been a nice height actually to hook. Matthews had just walked down and had a word with Kamindu. Maybe he's saying, look, don't take it on. Maybe he's saying, if you're going to hook or pull hard. Hook, fully committed. He did do the previous over, straight for 6. What's he going to do here? Another short delivery. Doesn't get that high though. And Smith, the keeper, just takes that waist height. Final ball of this 33rd over. Ducks underneath it again, Kamindu. 120 for 4, Sri Lanka. Trail by just the 2 now. 120 for 5 realistically. Chamindal in hospital, having an X-ray on his hand. Looks like he's broke it. I had a look in chat. Still don't know who's going to take over wicket-keeping duties for Sri Lanka. Whittleborough County Cricket Club, Her Hill. Big flag there in the hotel at Lancashire. Bashir back into the attack. Clipped to the leg side there by Matthews, leisurely single. There was a leg slip, square leg, short square leg, and orthodox slip. Matthews moves on to 54, batted well. Kamindu on strike, he's on 14. Proved he's not frightened of taking the bowlers on, that's for sure. What's he going to do with Bashir? Is he going to go right over his head? Straight back down the ground? We'll find out. Clips that to the leg side. That'll be a dot ball. Full length delivery there from Bashir, so he's obviously aware that Kamindu might want to take him on. Forward defensive there. Getting a little bit of drift there is Bashir. Joru just removes the bails and puts them back on. Kamindu thought about playing that to the leg side, then plays with a straight bat. Just plays it into the offside, dot ball. Bashir in again. A little bit faster, a little bit flatter. Just pushes it back to the bowler, does Kamindu. A little bit and just plays a defensive shot, Kamindu. End of the 34th over. Sri Lanka 121 for 4. Trail England by just 1 now. Chamindal in hospital, having an X-ray on his hand. He won't be taking any further part in this test match, I'm pretty sure. Not a good start for Sri Lanka again. Madushka out for naught from 3 balls. Kusal Mendis out for naught from 4 deliveries. Karuna Ratner went for 27 from 32 deliveries. But Sri Lanka would have been hoping for a better start, that is for sure. So it is going to be Mark Wood to continue. England are going to carry on with the short ball, even though it's Matthews on strike. There's a fielder at mid-off, a fielder at in between mid-on and long-on. Backward point, Wood into Matthews. Bowls a short delivery, ducks underneath it, Matthews. Had him hurrying there, the batsman. It's funny on this pitch though at Old Trafford because some of these short deliveries are not bouncing as high as the batsmen expect. The last thing you want to be doing, as Kamindu's done, is leaving your bat stuck up in the air like a periscope. Got Matthews on 54. He's batted well so far. Wood in. Goes a shorter delivery. This one's just over his shoulder. There again, doesn't bounce as high as you would have expected from the shortness of the delivery. That's 2 for the over. So we'll see what England do with the field now. Do they go back to an orthodox field? Still trailing by 1, Sri Lanka. Wood runs in. Matthews on strike. Slips down the leg side there. Good take by Smith, the keeper. No change by England in the field. Wood's going to come around the wicket now. He's bowled his bouncers for the over. Field remains the same. Matthews on strike. That one goes down the leg side. Must have been close to being called by the umpire. Umpire's just saying that's close. I don't think this will work against Matthews. It might do against Kamindu though. He likes to pull. He likes to hook. He likes to hook big. Spins there, but leaves the ball alone, Matthews. Not taken by Smith in with the gloves on behind the stumps. No run, but he looks like he caught it on the end of his finger. A little bit early closing his hand. One ball left. Sri Lanka still trail by 1. This is a problem when Wood bowls the 2 bouncers from the first 2 balls of the over. There's no anticipation from the batsman. Pitches this one up, down leg side though, through to Smith. End of the 35th over, 121 for forward or Sri Lanka team, who in theory are 121 for 5. Chimindal retired injured. Matthews on 54. Kamindu will now be on strike on 14. And it'll be Bashir to continue. Not for 36 from his 10 overs. The only England bowler not to take a wicket so far. In the second innings, that is, of course. Mindu cuts that down towards third man. It won't get there. More backward point, actually. You'll get a couple there. And that means Sri Lanka take the lead by 1. Uses his feet well to come in, do there. Down the wicket, just pushes it back to the bowler, but got to the pitch of the ball. Flips that one to the leg side, fielded by the fielder at short leg. What a beautiful delivery there by Bashir. Floated up, full length delivery, hits the pads, big appeal for LBW. Umpire's not moved. May have been going down leg side if it didn't spin. I'm sure they'll review this. They are going to review it with 3 seconds left. If that has spun, he could be in trouble, the batsman. Might also have been some bat involved, actually. But snick or ultra edge, as they call it. I'll prove or deny that. Fernando doesn't look too concerned, actually. You're just checking whether Smith had his gloves in front of the stumps before the ball. In which case, it's given us a no ball. No, he didn't. You've given that as a no ball. Well, that's not what I've just seen. So it's given not out regardless of what happened afterwards. But off looking at that, Smith's gloves were behind the stumps. Well, not for me. He's behind the line there. No, I think that's harsh. I also want to know whether it would have been out as well. So I hope they're going to down the wicket there, picture the ball, played to the leg side, end of... Oh no, it's not, because it was a no ball, wasn't it? I think it was going down leg side actually anyway. Oh, we're seeing now, ball tracker. Umpire's call. All irrelevant, given a no ball, and that's all that matters. I've got to say, that's the first time I've ever seen that in a cricket match. I can't see where that ball, where the gloves have gone in front of the, or on the line. Either way, 36 overs gone. Lead of 2 for Sri Lanka now. 124 for 4. Ben Stokes, Paul Collingwood looking intently on the laptop to see whether they agree. It matters not. The umpire's given that decision, and that's all that matters. So by Mark Wood into Matthews. Clips that to the leg side. Quick single. Well run by the batsman. Fuse looks cool as a cucumber when he bats, that's for sure. So we've got a field set now for the short ball for Kamindu. What's he going to do? So far, he's looked to take on the short ball with some success, also with a little bit of danger. Mark Wood runs in. Kamindu on strike. Down the leg side. Too far down the leg side, actually. Just lets that one go through to the keeper, Smith. Looks underneath that one, Kamindu, not taking it on. There's the man with the trumpet. Plays the Great Escape. I'm not sure if that's for England or Sri Lanka. Just gone a little bit darker at Old Trafford. Does that suggest we're going to get a little bit of movement in the air? Potts was the only bowler really who got any movement so far. Kamindu waits. Ducks underneath that one, straight through to Smith. So far this over. See one bouncer so far this over, confirmed by the umpire. 2 deliveries left. Mindu waits. Plays that one to the offside. Just be a single. One ball left of this over, just adjusting the field now. Matthews on 55, and he'll face this delivery. Mark Wood steaming in. Pitched up this time, flicked to the leg side. That'll be a dot ball to end the over. 37 overs completed, 126 for 4 Sri Lanka, a lead of 4 over England. Kamindu on 17, Matthews on 54. Chamindal in the hospital having an x-ray on his thumb. Pretty sure he's not coming back to play any part in this test match, either batting or with the gloves. As wicket keeper. I'll be back in 1 second. Or maybe not. Bashir, he's going to continue. Kamindu cuts that one to the legs, to the offside. Just takes a single, so it'll be Matthews on strike. Not for 40 so far from 11.1 overs. Or 11 overs and 1 delivery, I should say. Bashir in again. Full length. Just Clip to long on in a leisurely single for Matthews there. A leisurely single suits his physique. He's a big old lad. He's Matthews. Mindu gets to the pitch of the ball there, forward defensive. Lovely shot. Sheeran again, this time pulled to the leg side to the boundary for 4. Kamindu. Leads up to 10. When he does hook, he hooks upwards, Kamindu. No fielders out there though, so as long as you get anything half decent on the ball, it's a pretty safe shot. Uses his feet well there to get to the pitch of that Bashir delivery. Pushes it back to the bowler. Bashir thinks about having a shy at the stumps, but keeps his ball in hand. Down the leg side, clip to backward square leg. That'll be a single. End of the 38th over. 133 for 4 Sri Lanka. A lead of 11. It's going to be Atkinson into the attack, taking over from Mark Wood. It's going to be Kamindu on strike. He's currently on 23. Flips that off his pads into the air, but there's no one at square leg. Only things in danger from that shot were the pigeons. Takes a single, and it'll be Matthews on strike now. A lead of 12 for Sri Lanka. Play scheduled to go on until 7 PM tonight, UK time. Or 98 overs, whichever comes first. Clipped off his pads there, down to fine leg. One added to the total. I'm pretty sure it won't be 98 overs bowled. It looks like 7 PM will be the cut-off time. Bit shorter there. Spins on the crease, does Kamindu. Pulls it to square leg. He'll get a single. Bit off his pads there, Matthews. Will he come for a second? He will indeed. No. Just take the single. Maybe Kamindu on strike now. Just having a look at some breaking news. Situation unfolding in Europe. What's going on there? Well, 2 people have been stabbed at Chessington World Adventure Theme Park. What would you be doing with a knife at Chessington World Adventures Theme Park? Can't see anything on the news. Well, in the news pages. We'll stick with the cricket. If anybody knows what's going on, let us know in the live chat. Meanwhile, at Old Trafford, Gus Atkinson running into Kamindu. Plays that through point. That'll be another couple added to the total. End of the 39th over. 141 for Sri Lanka. A lead of 19. Kamindu on 29. Matthews on 58. Shear into the attack again. Oh my word. Floats one up outside off stump. Kamindu went after it. It was a inside edge into the keeper's pads. So there's no chance of a stumping. But just missed off stump. And a good stop by the pads of Smith. This time cut to backward point. That's a dot ball. He's looking to play shots, Kamindu. Gets to the pitch of the ball. Kamindu drives that through deep cover. And that'll race away to the boundary. Lovely shot from the Sri Lankan batsman. 50 partnership, a lead of 21. And Kamindu moves on to 33. Sri Lanka move on to 146 for 4. Lovely shot from the batsman there. Placed that nicely. There's a bit more cloud cover over Old Trafford, but still plenty of blue skies about. But it's certainly blocking the sun out. Dot ball there for Kamindu. One ball left of this Bashir over. Thinks about cutting that one, leaves it alone in the end. Lets it go into Smith's gloves. 40 overs completed, 146 for 4. Sri Lanka, lead of 24. Kamindu on 33 and Matthews on 59. And they've now got the guy in the crowd who looks like Ben Stokes in the commentary box. Well, he's got a big smile on his face. He's got Stokesy on the back of his England top. All fun and games at Old Trafford. We're not missing anything at the minute. There's just a big meeting between Pope and his bowlers and still not missing anything. So it's Atkinson into the attack. There's one slip, kind of a leg gully who's really quite square. Matthews on strike, out inside edge onto his pad, stifled appeal for LBW. That's a dot ball. But you're not going to be out LBW with an inside edge. As long as the inside edge comes before the ball hits the pad, of course, which that did. That one slides down the leg side into the keeper's gloves. Had a little nibble at it, Matthews, and that's why England have had a leg slip there for Matthews for most of his innings, to be honest. Atkinson in again, just pushes that to cover. That's a dot ball. Atkinson's bowling figures 1 for 28 so far. 6 overs, 3 deliveries. He runs in. Matthews on strike. Flicks that to the leg side, but finds square leg. That's a dot ball. Batted very well, Matthews. Faced 112 deliveries, scored 59. But he's looked unflustered. Closest he's come to getting out has been where that leg slip has been in play for him. Clipped a couple wide. Atkinson bowls a shorter one. Drops it right in front of himself, does Matthews there. Dealt with it well. Atkinson in again. Straight back there to mid-on. Fielded by Mark Wood. Picks it up at the second attempt. That's a maiden. 41 overs completed. 146 for Sri Lanka. They now lead by 24. Chamindal, I should say. Pretty sure won't be playing any further part in this test match after he got struck on the hand by a ball from Mark Wood. It was literally swelling as soon as his glove came off. He's in the hospital having an x-ray. We've not had a further update since that, so can't tell you any more. Floodlights are coming on at Old Trafford. Some darker clouds coming over as well. Looks like they're going to have a change of cork ball here. It looks like it's swollen up on the part of the seam. It won't go through the ball roundness detector, will it, if the seam's split? Yeah, in fact, they're coming out with a new bag of balls, well, a box of balls. This one for England hasn't swung, so maybe a new ball and this cloud cover that's coming over will perhaps get some movement in the air for England. We're not missing anything. They're still sorting out a new ball. Now they're coming out with a different box of balls. Sun's definitely gone in at Old Trafford. So this, if they do get a new old ball, it might start swinging. Bashir. Into Kamindu. Lets that one go through to Smith. Full toss there from Kamindu. From Bashir, sorry, to Kamindu. Wastes the opportunity though, really. Finds the fielder at cover. Has a little shake of his head. Just a dot ball. This one pitched up again, but punched through the covers this time. Just get a single. Pots the fielder on the boundary. England in our poll, 62% think that England will win this test match. I thought it would be higher than that, I've got to say. Sri Lanka with just lead of just 25 currently. Matthews on strike. Clips that to long on. Just a single. Moves Matthews on to 60. There again, floated up by Bashir. Half volley into the covers, but finds the fielder. Does Kamindu. He's on 34 currently. Final ball of this 42nd over, Bashir. Bit shorter this time. Finds the fielder at point. Dot ball. 148 for 4 Sri Lanka, lead of 26. Frankie James is in the room. Cloud cover over at Old Trafford now. Well, with this new old ball, is it going to swing? We'll find out. Atkinson into Matthews. Maybe. Just plays that one back to the bowler. Maybe a hint. I'll just stretch my back. Atkinson into Matthews. Bounces on him. Keeps it down well. Dot ball. Atkinson into Matthews. Flicks it to the leg side. Straight to the fielder though. Dot ball. Rumour just doing the rounds. Chandimal's x-rays come back positive, so hopefully there's no break. Did swell up though. Well, that was a short ball from Atkinson. It was. It's gone for 4, has it? Or is it? Yeah, it's gone for 4. And Matthews kind of played that over the wicket keeper's head. He kind of had 2 bites at the cherry there. It went to play the shot, then seemed to pause, and then played it again. And that, you also know why England have had that leg slip in place for Matthews. He's not there currently though. And he moves on to 64. The next ball from Atkinson's just pushed into the offside. That'll be a dot ball. Sri Lanka's leads up to 30. 152 for 4. Matthews pulls this one down to fine leg. Final ball of the 43rd over. Will take a single and keep strike. Lead of 31 now for Sri Lanka. 153 for 4.
What's the only step?
Into the attack. 1 for 11 from his previous 5. Matthews on strike. 1 slip in play. Drifts down the leg side. Through to the wicket keeper. Dot ball. Matthew just pushes that into the covers. Stays on 65. Full length there from Potts. I would imagine they brought him back on to see if he can get any movement with his cloud cover. But that was gun barrel straight. And it was pitched up so it had every opportunity to move. Didn't do so. Just played into the offside there. Matthews. This time it's clipped into the leg side. Dot ball. grunt from Potts as he puts the effort in. It's just gone a little bit flat now, this game. It's been a long day. The sun's gone in. The floodlights are on. Potts runs in. Final ball of the over. Matthews just plays that to the leg side. End of the 44th. 153 for V Sri Lanka. A lead of 31. Matthews on 65 and Kamindu on 34. And it'll be Kamindu on strike. And I'm assuming it'll be Atkinson to continue. Ollie Pope's just leaving the field. I wonder if he's just going having a word with Ben Stokes. What would you do, Ben? It is going to be Atkinson to continue. Harry Brook takes over the role as captain with Pope off the field. Wokes, Atkinson, Wood and Potts all got 1 wicket each in this second innings. Bashir just the laggard with none. Wide of the crease there, Atkinson slides that one across the left-hander though, down leg side, and a good take by Smith. Atkinson in again. Full length delivery, just pushed to backward point. Dot ball. I don't know what the over rate has been like today, but it's not been fantastic. Atkinson in again. Silly mid on in play. Almost blocking the non-striker from running. Atkinson's figures 1 for 33 so far. 8 overs, 3 balls bowled. Going to be Kamindu on strike. Atkinson runs in. Wide of the crease. Hits the body of Kamindu. That'll be a dot ball. Actually, it didn't hit. It was the noise. It hit his glove. Certainly didn't come off the bat. No damage done though. Unlike Chandimal, who apparently has had an X-ray and there's no fractures. His hand's certainly swelled up though. I'll be very surprised if he comes back to bat. If he does so, it'll be one-handed. Atkinson strays on the hip. A fine clip by Kamindu. It did come off the bat and it races away for 4. That will be drinks. End of the 45th over, 157 for 4 Sri Lanka, a lead of 35. Right, the players have drinks. I'll have a quick pee break. We'll be back shortly. Well, we're back. Potts into Matthews. In behind that one. Just pushes it back to the bowler. Time for a snack right Stacks barbecue flavour. Good old Aldi. Just as good, if not better, than Pringles. and cheaper. Pops in again to Matthews. Full length delivery, no movement in the air. Half volley into the covers but finds the fielder. That's a dot ball. Potts in again. The field's spread. So Matthews knows at some point the short ball's coming. But the first 3 deliveries of this over have all been pitched up. Sri Lanka, they've got a lead of just 35. Potts runs in again. And behind that one, Matthews just pushes it to mid-off. That's a dot ball. Outside edge. Oh, dropped. Joe Root. Came from nowhere, that. A bit of width outside off stump. Matthews tried to drive that one through the covers. Joe Root put it down. It was a good height as well. Slightly to his left-hand side. Bit of a away swing there. It went into both of his hands and then came out. It went quick, but it was a good height. It's almost like he wasn't expecting it because it's been a little bit dull the game for the last hour or so. But Potts did, and he beats the outside edge again. That ball has just started moving. End of the 46th over. A lead of 35 for Sri Lanka, 157 for 4. And Matthews on 65 lives to fight another day. He'll be disappointed with that, Joe Root. I don't think Potts the bowler will be too happy either. Gets a good round of applause as he goes down to fine leg. Does Potts. It's going to be Atkinson to continue to Fernando, and I'm just wondering with this cloud cover now, is Atkinson going to get any movement? Is this ball going to swing? We'll find out as the leg slip back in. Atkinson slides it down leg side. No bat involved though. Atkinson around the wicket, onto the pad of Fernando, clips it to the leg side, leisurely single, and it'll be Matthews on strike. Root will be hoping he gets another chance to take a catch. came off the meaty part of Joe Root's thumb there, rather than into the palm of his hand. Two slips in place now. Little bit of a way swing there for Atkinson, so this ball is moving. In fact, he couldn't take it cleanly, Smith. No damage done, he got it at the second attempt, but it certainly moved away. Bit of movement again. Tried to drive that through the covers, Matthews. Didn't get any bat on it at all. Pushes that into the offside. Matthews. Looks like Walks might be coming into the attack again. Now this ball's moving. Atkinson has bowled 5 overs of this spell as well, apparently, so he'll be coming to the end of that. There's one thing for sure, with this overcast weather conditions, I don't think Bashir will be... Oh, and again, beats the outside edge with the away swing. Bashir won't be coming into the attack anytime soon, I wouldn't have thought. End of the 47th over, 158 for 4 Sri Lanka, a lead of 36. Matthews on 65 after just being dropped by Joe Root. But it will be Kamindu on strike. He's on 39, and it's going to be Potts to continue. And I'm not surprised. He's just getting that ball to move around now. Potts into Kamindu. Flip through backward point. Oh, he's put it down. Gus Atkinson. It went at a fair pace. Did it carry? He tried to cut that one, Kamindu. He has cut it. It did carry. It just dipped. But he did get his hand to it, Atkinson. And in the last 7 deliveries, Potts has had his fellow fielders put 2 catches down. 2 slips in play. Down the leg side, that's going to be 4 byes as well now. Smith couldn't get across. I think it'll be leg byes. Sri Lanka's lead moves up to 40. He got his fingertips to it, did Smith, but he couldn't stop it going for 4. Didn't slow the ball down any. After an hour or so of pretty dull cricket, to be honest, It's just livened up since this cloud cover's come over and England got a new old ball. Potts has got it moving. Well, that's going to be 4 byes. It went down leg side. He apologises. It went down leg side, swung, and it's been given a wide. But this ball now is moving. I mean, a good couple of foot away, Smith, from getting that. Such was the swing. This one's driven into the floor by Fernando, and it goes nowhere. Dot ball. Probably just going to have to reset a little bit, the batsman. Now this ball's moving in the air. Just plays that into the covers. Dot ball. Two slips in play. Just clipped onto the leg side there. That'll be a dot ball. One ball left of this 48th over by Potts. Thick inside edge down to fine leg. That'll be a single to end the over. 48 overs completed, 168 for 4. Sri Lanka, a lead of 46. I've got to put a lid on these. It is going to be Chris Walks into the attack. Now this ball's moving. Let's see if he can continue the trend. It's his first over with this new old ball. The original ball didn't really move at all. We'll see what happens here. Walks, runs in. Gun barrel straight that first delivery. He did bounce it into the pitch though. And Fernando just plays it into the offside. Straight onto the leg side there, did Walks. Fernando tickles that one down to fine leg. So he'll get off strike. He moves on to 41. Sri Lanka's lead is up to 47. 169 for 4. And if you're joining us late, Chamindal, he's in the hospital, had an x-ray. So in theory, 169 for 5 is more accurate, because I doubt he's going to be coming back batting. So he walks into Matthews, a right-handed batsman. Takes a stride down the wicket, Matthews. Walks, slides it down leg side, and it goes through to the wicket keeper, Smith. A little bit of a way swing there for Walks. He had a waft at that, did Matthews. Nods his head at Walks and a wry smile as it goes through to Smith, but no outside edge. Matthews down the wicket there to Walks, pushes it to mid-on. Nice defensive shot. Needs a big century, does Matthews, you've got to say. Sri Lanka are going to get anything from this game. Kamindu's doing fine on the other end as well. He's on 41. This Walks into Matthews. Oh, beats him on the outside, turned him around there. Just goes through to Smith, the keeper, and final ball of the 49th over. Best thing you can say is move on if you've just been beat by a ball that was too good. You survived though, that's the main thing. 49 overs gone, 169 for 4. A lead of 47 for Sri Lanka. This change of ball has changed this test match. It was a little bit dull, and since it was almost coincidental that as soon as the ball got changed, a cloud cover came over. And this ball is moving around now. Gives a new challenge to the batsman. Kamindu pushes that into the offside from Potts, riding behind it, dot ball. Still a lead of 47 for Sri Lanka. Push back past the bowler. Fielder at mid-on though comes around. That's a dot ball. Kamindu stays on 41. Sin again. Full length delivery on middle stump. Just push through to mid wicket. That'll be a dot ball. Kamindu stays on 41. Sri Lanka's lead is up to 47. Potts onto the legs of Kamindu, plays that to mid-wicket, stays on 41. Just pushes that into the offside, does Kamindu. A dot ball. It's all very slow. The over rate is slow. Potts, final ball of the over. Put through point, backward point. That'll race away to the boundary for Kamindu. He'll move on to 45. A lead of 51 now for Sri Lanka. 173 for 4. Lovely shot there. Played it late. Men are just having some liquid refreshment and a change of gloves. England still 62%. Think that England are going to win this test match. Thought it might be higher. Although there was quite a few votes placed earlier on before the match progressed. There's going to be walks into Matthews. 3 slips in place now. He's getting the ball to move. Forward defensive there from Matthews. Got right in behind it. Lovely shot. Just a dot ball. Ollie Pope's back on the field. We'll take the captaincy back. Harry Brook stepped in as captain while Pope was off the field and walks into Matthews. Plays that to the offside. Right in behind it. Walks, beats the outside of Matthews' bat there, but couldn't find the edge as it goes through to Smith. Oh, that's caught. Bowled onto the pads there. He was trying to clip it through leg side, got a leading edge, and walks, gets his man. Matthews has gone. It was a good diving catch from Potts, and England take the wicket of Matthews, and nobody will be more relieved than Joe Root, who put him down a few overs ago. Yeah, he just tried to clip that through the leg side, got a leading edge. Good catch by Potts. Diving to his left-hand side, got two hands to it and made sure. And I'll bet the first person over to congratulate him, Joe Root. No doubt. And it's going to be Rathnayake to come in. 65 Angelo Matthews goes for, faced 145 balls, batted well. But I get a feeling the only thing that's going to save Sri Lanka in this test match now is the weather, and with 2 days to go plus 45 minutes left, I don't get a feeling that the weather's going to be enough. Rathnayake batted well in the first innings on debut, scoring 72. Walks into Rathnayake, leg slip in place, 3 orthodox slips. Rathnayake pushes that one through the covers. He'll get a couple there, so he's off the mark straight away. Big smile on his face already for the Sri Lankan batsman. Good to see. Got to enjoy your cricket. LBW, surely. Yeah, he's gone. Rathnayake, straight delivery there from Walks. And it looked absolutely plump. I think he's going to review it. Yeah, I think it's hoping against hope, though. And I'm pretty sure that he's going to have to go. It was a straight delivery from Walks. There's no bat involved, I don't think. Kept a little bit low, so I can't see height being an issue. And this test match could well be over with by the end of play today. Ooh. Well, I'm pretty sure there was no bat involved. Not quite as sure. Oh, he got an inside edge, I'm sure now. I think he's got away with that one, Rathnayake. I think he just got a little tickle on the inside edge. So we're going with not out. Just that little tickle saved the batsman. Rathnayake, he ended the 51st over, and he didn't seem too sure himself, Rathnayake, whether he'd hit it or not. 175 for 5, Sri Lanka. 51 overs completed. A lead of 53. Rathnayake. He didn't look too sure. I don't think he was going to review that at first, so he mustn't have known he got that faintest of inside edges. But ultra edge. Saved his bacon, because it would have been plumber than a plum thing. But he survives. And it's Mark Wood into Kamindu. Kamindu on 45. Pushes that back to the bowler. There's going to be trouble if Wood gets this ball swinging with the pace he's bowling at. He's up around 90 mile an hour all the time. Wood turns around, starts his run up. Just played to the leg side. That's a dot ball. Well dealt with by Kamindu. Something going on at Old Trafford. Everybody's looking to the left in the background. I can't tell you what though. Maybe the beach ball's out. Straight delivery there. No swing from Wood. Well played by Kamindu. In behind it. Wood in again. Flipped through the offside there by Kamindu. Lovely shot. Might make it to the boundary, although I doubt it. No, it won't. He won't even make it on pace. It's actually stopped. Now it's fielded by Atkinson. And there'll just be 3 from that shot. Beat the diver volley poke in the covers. It'll be Rathnayake on strike now. He's on 2. Survived an LBW appeal and review after he got an inside edge. Drives that through the covers. That'll race away to the boundary though. Lovely shot. A lead of 60. 4 added to Rathnayake's score. He'll move on to 6. So England have just spent that time polishing that ball and getting it ready. Thrown to Wood, he's dropped it. So it'll roll into the outfield. It'll probably have moisture in it. Doesn't stop him bowling a good ball though. Full length delivery, played back to him by Rathnayake. End of the 52nd over. 182 for 5, Sri Lanka. Sri Lanka's leads up to 60. $35 left of play, or 98 overs in the day, whichever comes first. I think we know which it's going to be. 7 o'clock finish. Walks into Kamindu, pushed into the offside. Dot ball. LBW shout, look close, maybe going over the top. Kamindu out for 48. I've got a feeling he'll review this though on height. A little bit of in swing to the left-hander. Yeah, it's going for review. So there's no bat involved. Umpire's call's also against the batsman. I think he's just going to be hoping that it's going over the stumps. But it looked LBW, to be honest. Hit him high on over the knee roll. But he's not the tallest of batsmen. Another inside edge is going to save the batsman. It looked. Yep. Got a little tickle. I'm going early with this one. Not out. Another tickle. This walk says to Kamindu, that's out. That was before the review. Just the faintest of inside edges saves the Sri Lankan batsman. He's on 48. And just as that review goes in his favour, rightly so, the sun comes out at Old Trafford. Is that going to stop this ball swinging? Definite inside edge there. Ultra edge proved that. Walks, turns around. Kamindu on strike. Black bats that through the covers, but can only find Duckett. That's a dot ball. Swing and a miss by Kamindu. Trying to drive that through the covers on the up. Misses the outside edge though. A wry smile. From walks. To the keeper. End of the 53rd over. 182 for 5 Sri Lanka. A lead of 60. Rathnayake on 6. Kamindu on 48. Going to be Mark Wood to continue. Wood pulls out of that delivery at the very last minute. Goes down the leg side. Straight through to Smith. Dot ball. Update on Chandimal after this delivery. Oof. Tried to pull that Rathnayake. No batting ball though through to Smith. He's not Chandimal. He's not got a broken thumb. It's an old injury that's been upset, aggravated. I still doubt he'll bat. Licked off his hip there, down to fine leg. Rathnayake takes the single. 183 for 5 Sri Lanka, a lead of 61. Well, I take that back. Chandimal, he's got his helmet on. He's got his pads on. He's got his gloves on. It looks like Chandimal will come back. Thumped by Kamindu over deep mid-wicket. Race away to the boundary for 4. And that'll be 50 up for Kamindu. He moves on to 52. England, 63% now. Mendu raises his bat to the balcony. Got stuck in his crease there to Mark Wood. He pushes it to mid-on. Very little foot movement. But he survives. Plays that one to point. Does Kamindu in behind it nicely though. End of the 54th over, a lead of 65 for Sri Lanka. They're on 187 for 5. It's going to be Chris Walks to continue. 2 for 31 from his 11 overs. Going to be Rathnayake on strike. Currently scored 7. Forward defensive. Back to the bowler. Dot ball. Yeah, I'm absolutely amazed that Chandimal has been to hospital. No fractures. He's back. He's got his gloves on, his helmet. He's good to go. I didn't think he'd be back. I didn't think he'd be taking the gloves either, the way his hand swelled up. Full length delivery. Half volley. Driven down the ground there by Rathnayake. It won't go all the way. Very slow outfield. And Rathnayake adds 2 to his total. He moves on to 9. A lead of 67. For Sri Lanka. 189 for 5. Tries driving that one through the covers. Thick inside edge though. Straight back to the bowler. That's a dot ball. .22 minutes left of play. Scorecards seem to have stalled. Onto the pads of Rathnayake. That one kept low. Chops his bat down to the leg side. Takes a quick single. Moves on to 10. It'll be Kamindu on strike. Forward defensive there from Kamindu. Got more. Final ball of the over. Bit of width outside off stump. Kamindu lets that one go through to the keeper Smith. 55 overs gone. 190 for 5 Sri Lanka. The lead of 68. Sun's out at Old Trafford again, so maybe that'll affect the ball swinging or not, as the case may be. It's going to be Mark Wood to continue. 1 for 36 so far. Rathnayake, thick inside edge as he tries pushing that one through the covers. Just be a dot ball. Sri Lanka battling hard here to stay in this test match. Just pushed into the offside again. There's long shadows across this pitch now. It's all very slow. I don't know what the delay is. Still not bowling. Are they going to have another look at the ball? That Wood's going off. I wonder if he just started his run up there, did Mark Wood? Then he stopped it. And now he's going off with a bit of a limp. Not sure what's gone on there. Obviously felt something, did Mark Wood, as he were running to bowl. So there's a substitute fielder on. Somebody's going to have to finish this over off. Maybe it'll be Joe Root. It will indeed be Joe Root. He'll just finish this over off. Let's hope Matt Wood's okay. If you're a Sri Lankan fan, maybe not. Don't wish him any ill harm, but you know what I mean. But it's Joe Root to finish this over. 4 balls left. Forward defensive from Rathnayake. Bang on the money first ball up, Joe Root. The graphic has stalled out with Kaminda on 50. Kaminda, he goes long this time. It goes up in the air though. And Root gets the job done. Went for the big one there, Rathnayake. Got it. He did this in the first innings. He got it high, and funnily enough, to the same fielder. He got it high into the air, but no distance on it. And this time, duck it. Safe pair of hands. Rathnayake took a little bit of a liberty there with Joe Root, and he paid the price. Simple catch there for the England fielder, Ben Duckett. And Rathnayake, he goes for 10, plays 15 deliveries. Not what he would have wanted. So, 15 minutes to go. Chandimal's back into bat. He's returning after being retired hurt. Let's see how he copes now. Still 2 left, two balls left in this over. Is Joe Root gonna bowl his spinner's bouncer to Chandimal? It'll be a fair delivery. I'm not sure how sporting it'd be seen as. But we shall see. No, full length delivery, clips that through the leg side. Quick single. Didn't look anything wrong with that shot from Chandimal, so hopefully it was just the impact injury. And although it's sore, he can continue to bat and play through the pain barrier. A lead of 69 for Sri Lanka now, 191 for 6. One ball of this over that Roots finishing off for Mark Wood, who had to leave the field. Still not sure why. Got to be a dot ball to end that over. 56 completed, 191 for 6. Kamindu still there on 52. Rathnayake resuming his innings. I think he's on 11. Attempt by Rathnayake, really. Would have been alright if he'd have middled it, but this late in the day, why take the chance? Chandimal in behind that one, pops his back into the attack. Just pushes that one back. It's a dot ball. "11 minutes left of play. Pops into Chandimal. Bowls him a bouncer. Ducks underneath it. Pops in again. Pulls this one Chandimal. Finds the fielder down at fine leg, but it's all along the floor. One added to his total. He moves on to 12. Pops wide outside off stump. He reached for that Kamindu. Just gets a bottom edge though into the colours. With a width outside the off stump there, Kamindu on it straight away, cuts it through the point, races away to the boundary. And Kamindu moves on to 56. In behind that one, forward defensive, holds the pose. End of the 57th over. 196 for 6, Sri Lanka. A lead of 74. It's going to be Bashir into the attack, replacing Mark Wood, who had Joe Root finish the 4 balls of his over off because he went off the field injured. Didn't get the wicket though, did Joe Root? But Bashir into Chandimal. Flicks that to mid-on. No run. He'll stay on 12. Flicks that one to backward square leg. Stays on 12. Full length delivery there. Just flicks that to mid wicket. Lead stays on 74. Bashir in again. Forward defensive from Chandimal. Half volley through the covers there from Chandimal. You'll get at least 2. Does indeed. 2 added to the total. Forward defensive from Chandimal. That's the end of the 58th over. 198 for 6, Sri Lanka. A lead of 76. Chandimal's on 14. Kamindu will be on strike. He's on 56. Just four and a bit minutes left. Before stumps for the day. My voice is crying out for stumps. Been a long old day in the hot seat. Potts into Kamindu. Forward defensive there into the covers. Dot ball. We'll get this over in and one more, no doubt. Old Trafford. I was going to say bathed in sunshine, but it's more like bathed. Potts into Kamindu. In behind that one again. It's more like bathed in shadows. And this scenario, this is exactly why they changed the square at Old Trafford. The batsman would have been facing dazzling sunshine now. Potts in again. Kamindu plays it into the covers, straight to the fielder Bashir. Stays on 56. Slower delivery there from Potts. Read it well though, Kamindu, and just drops that ball into the leg side. Picked off his pads there into the leg side. Final ball of the over. Oh, jumping the gun there. One ball left, I should say. Which will just, assuming there's no wicket, we should just get one more over in. Let's have a look at this poll. Let's end that one. England on. Flip through to mid-on. That will be the last ball of the over. Do England win this first test? Yes, 62%. No, 37%. 35 votes. I'm assuming, like I said earlier, that the no for England was the votes were cast earlier in the day. I'm sure it'll be higher than 62% now, that's for sure. This will be the final over of the day, and it'll be Bashir to bowl it, not for 55 from his previous 15. 198 for 6, Sri Lanka, a lead of 76. Kamindu's on 56, and Chandimal on strike, he's on 14. Let's start to the leg side. And that'll be a dot ball though. Pretty sure Sri Lanka won't be doing anything too energetic in this final over. Chandimal, half volley there, pushes it through the covers, they'll get a couple. That moves him on to 16. 200 up for Sri Lanka, good effort. Lead of 78 now. Hopefully, if you're a Sri Lankan fan or player, we'll be hoping these two can start tomorrow morning. Bat long, bat big. And bring Sri Lanka back into this test match. A lead of 78 is not a lot to defend. However, a lead of 178 can do funny things in a batsman's mind. Flip to the leg side by Chandimal, no run. Just a slight delay there, wire crisp packet blew across the ground. Well done by the cameraman, he followed it. And with the wind that's at Old Trafford, that was no mean feat. Quick shout out, if you haven't done so already, please hit subscribe, ping that notifications bell, and if you give us a thumbs up, that's fantastic. Apparently YouTube love a thumbs up. It's just off the pad, down the leg side there for Chandimal. No drama, dot ball, 1 ball left in the day. Everybody in really on the catch now. Final ball of the day. Goes big, does Chandimal, takes advantage, drives it for 4. What a way to enjoy the day. It went for 4. 204 for 6, Sri Lanka. It's been a tough day. But it's been a good day's cricket. And that will be all she wrote today. Thanks to everybody who's subscribed. Thanks to everybody who's joined us and everybody who joined in with the poll. We'll be back tomorrow morning. It's probably only going to be animations though, because we will be doing the football, which will be Plymouth Argyle, I think, unless things change, but that's the plan. Then obviously once the football finishes, we'll be back over with audio and video. But thank you for joining us. I am Jimmy James. You've been watching Catch It Live First. We'll see you tomorrow. Have a great evening and a great start to the weekend. Stay safe, everyone.